somebody in the background. Who's that? Okay. All right. Oh, okay.
Is there a way for you guys to pan out by any chance?
So Lenore and Christina, I cannot see you guys. I'm only seeing your shoulders. So is there a way for us to be able to see you? Okay, very good.
So if I take my camera off, then you will only see the results show, and that's where you'll see us, is in there. I really appreciate you coming on. This is great. So we've got some
Yeah,
good,
no, we both appreciate it. Yeah,
Yeah.
just bear with us for the live feed, guys.
So Anika will be starting us off. We've got a script. Then we'll be introducing folks that are in the studio. We've got Zach Jeffries and Randy Shabilo here. And then we'll be coming to you. Bev Dubois is the only other one that...
Your picture is not on, Lenore. Your picture is muted.
The opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers Cable or Rogers TV.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Saskatoon Municipal Election Results Show. My name is Anika, co-host of Voice of Saskatoon, here with my colleagues from Civically Speaking, and I am one of the moderators of the event. We begin by acknowledging we are on treaty land, referred to as Treaty 6 territory, and the City of Saskatoon, and all of the people here are beneficiaries of this treaty. Treaty 6 encompasses the land of Cree, Dakota, Nakota, Saulteaux, and the homeland of Métis Nation. We are dedicated to ensuring that the spirits of reconciliation and Treaty 6 is honored and respected. This acknowledgement is also reaffirms our relationship with one another, and we are committed to move forward in partnership with Indigenous nations in the spirit of reconciliation and collaboration. I now hand it over to my co-host, Lenore.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks everybody for joining us again. Boy, we've had quite the fall, full of elections of all kinds, starting with the provincial election and then having a little bump there with an American election. And here we are today, the election that's with people closest to us. And so with that, we've got the privilege of being here with Rogers Communications and through our live streaming and here on Rogers Studio and live out with Voice of Saskatoon and Civically Speaking bringing you this coverage. We can't wait to see what the results will be. Christina.
Thanks, Lenore. It's nice to be back. As Lenore said, we're not sure exactly which election we're covering now, right? We know which election we're covering. Thank you so much. I'm Christina Cherneskey. It really is an honor to be here, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. We appreciate your participation and viewing us here. We're fortunate to bring you reporting here in studio. We've got a couple of guests. We'll introduce those to you in a moment. You'll also see results scrolling at the bottom of your screen as they come in, and those results should come quickly. And we also have reporting from City Hall. And I'm going to throw it over to my two colleagues from Voice of Saskatoon, Rashid and Madhurja, as they'll be reporting from City Hall. Gentlemen?
Yep, we're just waiting.
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rashid Ahmad. I'm one of the co-hosts with Voice of Saskatoon, and we are doing live coverage from City Hall. It's a pretty exciting moment, and we are very thankful to Rogers TV to give us the opportunity to do this live coverage and meeting with all the candidates and getting their feedback. Over to you, Madhurja.
Thanks, Rashid. Very excited to be here today. I think it will be an exciting night. We're getting a new mayor and lots of new council members, so it will be an exciting night. Back to you guys.
We're going back to Anika.
We'll take Anika, can you take it over?
Yeah, perfect. So, as for our format of the show today, we will have, we already have wonderful guest speakers in the studio and also joining us online. We will be providing coverage on results as they scroll through at the bottom of our screen. We will cover Saskatoon and Regina. So over to you, Lenore.
Yeah, thanks so much. We're really grateful to have our folks at City Hall, and we're still glitching out here a little bit. So if you're seeing things a little bit sideways, that's all right. That's all part of the show. This is what community is about, is testing things out and having things out. We also want to thank our camera crew that's here tonight as well, and just a great team effort for what's happening here. So we've got some guests in the studio. I want to go to them now and have introduce you and have you tell us a little bit more about yourself. First, Sack Jeffries, you've been acclaimed. That's got to feel like something on a night like tonight where the rest of us are a little bit on the edge of our seat. I'm sure you are too, wondering who are going to be your new colleagues coming in. You're acclaimed. And what ward is it that you're acclaimed in?
So it's an honor. Thank you very much, Lenore, for the introduction. It's an honor to represent Ward 10. That's Northeast Saskatoon, Arundel, Arbor Creek, Willow Grove, Evergreen, University Heights, and Aspen Ridge. And of course, you're right. I'm on the edge of my seat too, because the fact is that as much as sometimes people see our city council as a series of folks with very different points of view, the fact is that this is a very collaborative group of people who do make decisions for the entirety of Saskatoon, not just for the areas that they represent. So I'm looking forward to seeing who it is that I have the chance to work with for the next 4 years here. Of course, Councillor Dubois, as was mentioned, is also acclaimed, and I'm looking forward to working closely with her.
Yeah, for sure. And Councillor Dubois is online with us, and we'll be introducing that crew in a second. Just want to thank you for coming in the studio and recognize that you're going to be leaving here in about 45 minutes to make your way down to City Hall to meet some of those folks that might be joining you inside of those chambers. So thanks for the time that you're going to be able to give us here tonight as we go through the results.
Thank you.
We've got Randy Shabilo. Randy, you were here for the provincial election results. We've gotten to know each other a bit through this kind of venue. You're here representing the Riversdale bid, and of course you sit on a lot of other committees and do a lot of work with the city of Saskatoon. Welcome to being here tonight. Anything to say as we kind of wait?
Thank you, and pleased to be sitting next to our esteemed, acclaimed councillor again. We don't call you councillor-elect, even though you're a councillor now, I don't think. It's very exciting, I guess, to see what the city's going to be embarking on, both in terms of community safety, investment. We keep talking about growth in tech sectors, the university expanding, population bursting. We're told about 34,000 in the past 2 years, and housing and everything that goes with that, as well as business opportunities and investments for more jobs for people that do come here and those that have been here. So really, as to what Councillor Jeffries mentioned, this is feet on the ground very close to home, everything from fire pits to long-term planning, and when I talk about environmental issues and so on, that all hits home and where the rubber meets the road. It's great to be here. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming on. Okay, over to Christina, because Christina, you're going to announce who's online with us.
Yeah, we've got a few guests who are joining us via Zoom, and we're grateful for that. So thank you so much for being part of the program. I'll run through the list, and then we'll get a quick comment from everybody about how they're feeling prior to the votes being tallied here. Sarah Wheelwright is joining us from the Saskatoon downtown bid. She's also a communications specialist and a business owner. Sylvia Martini joins us, a Saskatoon business owner. Patricia Rowe, a former city councillor here in Saskatoon and a community builder as well. And James Yachishin is a political pundit and has joined us many times on Civically Speaking and other programs as well. And Bev Dubois is with us as well from Ward 9. And so thank you to all of the Zoom guests. Why don't I start from the bottom of the list and work my way up? Bev Dubois, let's get some thoughts from you as we're almost here, Bev. And thank you so much for being part of the program. We really appreciate it. Bev, how do you feel after this campaign?
Well, thank you, Christina, and nice to be there with everyone. My campaign was great up until it was announced that I was acclaimed. If talking about my campaign, we ran a wonderful campaign, and I'm very proud of that. But the whole campaign in general, very interesting. Lots of different groups out there, not quite as bad or difficult as Regina. And I do say bad and difficult because they are facing quite a few challenges in Regina. I've talked to many colleagues in Regina. But I'm feeling very excited about tonight. It's a different feeling. I've got a house full of people right now, even though I was acclaimed. And they're saying, we're excited to see who the new mayor is and the city councillors, but it's really different, Bev, that we're not waiting to see, what happens in your ward. It's a different feeling. But as I said to them, I wouldn't change it for the world. I love the feeling of being acclaimed, and I'm very honored and I'm very humbled to be acclaimed. But it's an exciting night. It's going to be a big difference. We've got half of our council will be new and a new mayor. So Councillor Jeffries and I have got a lot of new things coming to our city council, but I'm certainly up for the journey more than ever. I'm up for it and looking forward to the results this evening.
Thank you, Bev, and congratulations on your acclamation, by the way. Anybody who's had a politician in their family knows that it can be pretty stressful come election time. So I appreciate your input as we head into things. Let's go to James.
On that note, Christina, if I might, I'm actually getting calls tonight wishing me luck. I've gotten calls that have folks that went to vote for me. One supporter, their 18-year-old twin daughters to vote the very first time, and they got there and it said Bev Dubois claimed. So, not everybody is able to follow all of the news, but my phone's been ringing in different ways tonight. But that was a really cute story. The whole family, including the 18-year-olds, first time voting, but unfortunately they weren't able to vote for me this time.
Well, at least they went to vote, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what I said.
That is quite funny. Well, again, congratulations. Hang on, we're going to hear from, we're going to just move up our list here and switch things over to James Yachishin, who's a political pundit and oft contributor to many of these programs. James, welcome back. Nice to have you here. Just as we await some results here, James, just your thoughts on how this whole election went on the civic side.
Well, I think it was an election that was trying to find its footing because of so many of the other elections that were taking place. I think what we saw is certainly in the first part of the fall that the provincial election was kind of front and center on everybody's mind, and in that time frame there was many mayoral candidates, and if not councillor candidates that were trying to position themselves in that conversation as well. And there was an element of the public just maybe not necessarily being engaged. One of the things I think we'll really need to pay attention to is what is the voter turnout in this election. I think it'll be something that is front and center on my mind, and what are the steps, if any, that we should or want to take on how we engage with our voters. So that's kind of the avenues that I see. It would be we cannot for a second think that the United States election as well took up a lot of oxygen, and I think now towards this last couple of weeks, certainly the rubber has hit the road, and everybody has put their best foot forward, and we will see what transpires. And I'm always a believer that voters always get it right, and I look forward to what my new city council and school boards look like. So
you're absolutely right about the voter turnout, James. I'm very curious about that too. I was just talking to somebody this morning about what happened 4 years ago when it snowed and we were at the height of COVID and all of those whammies that seemed to have been hitting us. And then this time it was like perfect. It was it was smooth sailing technically. So we'll again see if people have turned out and cast their ballots. Patricia Rowe is with us as well, former city councillor and community builder in Saskatoon. Patricia, welcome to our evening broadcast. We appreciate your time, your energy, your input. How are you feeling after this whole election has wound down?
Well, I think it's been really exciting. I don't know if it's a record number of people running in all these various wards, but it seems to be a lot of public engagement, and I think that's fantastic. I was thinking about when I was on council before, and certainly when Lenore and I were on council, there wasn't all the technology and all that sort of stuff to help people navigate all the work that they had to do to try and get elected. I think there's been a lot of excitement about the mayoralty race, and I think it's going to be very interesting. It might be the first time we have a woman mayor, which I think is pretty exciting. And I also think just watching some of the candidates running in the various wards and for school board, how incredibly hard they've worked. It's tiring watching them. And they have done a great job. So I think this is going to be a great election. I hope a lot of people came out to vote. And I think it's going to be exciting to see who the new council is. It always is. I've been on the edge of my seat with acclamation when I was running and also running. And so everybody's on the edge of their seat tonight. It'll be a good night.
Yeah, it's interesting because we will see so many variations, that we hadn't seen before in previous elections. And I think this is what is, what has garnered a lot of interest for Saskatoonians in terms of seeing who's going to emerge victorious, and particularly in the mayor's seat. Thanks, Patricia, for getting us started there as we turn our attention now to Sylvia Martini, a Saskatoon business owner and again, contributor here to our programming here on Civically Speaking and Voice of Saskatoon. Sylvia, once again, thanks for being part of the program. And I'd sure like to hear your thoughts as well as things have wound down.
Well, thank you, Christina, and thank you, Lenore. It is just a joy to be with you. I do have to admit, I am like a huge follower of politics, and so this is the Super Bowl of elections. I've been working, following the U.S., following our provincial and our municipal, watching all of the debates, reading all of the articles, listening to discussions here and there. One of the things that I look at is our mayor. What we must realize basically gets one vote. But what we're looking for within the mayor is going to be someone who can truly lead, who has the ability to encourage open discussion and deliberation on issues, and to carry forward in really good quality outcomes that are responsible. And also within the mandate of City Council, that's really, really important. I am so impressed by the very vibrant discussions and the positions, the passion that our candidates for council, school board, and our mayoral candidates have put forward. And, it's great to see Bev here. She's actually the councillor for my ward, and it's just been so delightful. And I think you exemplify what really great stewardship is about. And I thank you for that. So it's wonderful to join you today, and I'm looking forward to seeing what unveils. I've been voting since I was 18. I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but I voted in every single election. It's our democratic right, and it's our democratic duty. So great to be here.
Thank you. Thank you. It is our democratic duty, and I'm proud to say that I've voted as well in practically every election, depending on what province, no matter what province I lived in Canada, I voted. Okay. Because we are still awaiting some of the results here on our program tonight, I'd like to remind you that we do have our two correspondents over at City Hall. Rashid is joining us as well, and Madhurja. I want to throw it back to you, gentlemen, and let us know how things are sort of settling in over in downtown Saskatoon.
Well, thank you so much. People are coming here at City Hall, and we do have one guest with us. Tostiq Aziz. He's one of the hosts with Bathak Studio, and we would like to ask him how he's feeling about election today and what's his thoughts about election.
Well, Assalamu alaikum, and first of all, thank you so much. Thank you, Rashid, and thank you, Rogers TV, for having me on the screen. And yes, just like every Saskatoonian today, I am very excited and thrilled as we are going to see significant change in civic elections. So at this point, I must say that this election is feeling more significant as number of people are wanting change.
Okay, thank you so much, Tosi.
I just have another question. What are you looking for on this occasion? What are your, whatever the results is, what are the things that you were looking for through this election, through the outcome? Or what are your expectations for the newcomers who will be becoming the new mayor and the new, city councilors and school board trustees and all those?
Well, our expectations are far more lying on the challenges and the problems we are facing at Saskatoon today. If we compare Saskatoon today with 4 years ago in 2020, keeping our first 2 years, 2021 and 2022, it was just like surviving ourselves out of the COVID-19, not only Saskatoon, but rest of the world as well. So coming back to the point, our expectations to our new civic government is, of course, that depends on the way they are, integrity, the transparency, and then regarding the issues that they have to address in the City Hall. And I think Saskatoonians are expecting leaders who are more deeply connected with the issues and the problems, just like public safety, homelessness, and many other issues we are facing today.
Thank you. Thanks for joining.
Right.
Over to you guys back in the studio.
Yeah, thanks so much. Here we are. We are all looking at our cell phones, our laptops.
Yep.
I'm sure everybody that is tuned in is also doing likewise. If you're not, we've got some results that we'll be scrolling as soon as we get them. Here's what we can tell you. There were advanced polls. There was even a poll where you could go behind City Hall in your car and vote. There were 2 lanes, I kid you not. Maybe one of you did that. If you have, come onto our Facebook site. Let us know how that went, because that's pretty cool that we had that option. Students had an option of doing that. There were also some mobile polls that went out to different folks in that. So there was no hesitation in terms of being able to have some options before the actual election day today. But we know something, and as we said earlier, and James said it really well, is that voter turnout has sucked. Right, Christina?
Yeah.
It's really sucked. So I want to throw it to our 2 folks here in the studio. Okay, we had 27% last time. Regina had a whopping 21%. I hope we do better today, knowing that we've got a race here that has, not a mayor that is up for re-election. It's a free open race, and there's lots of councillors that have stepped down, and so we have some open races here. Zach, looking to you, what's your thoughts on all of that?
Well, when you take a look at previous elections and kind of the high water mark for election turnout in Saskatoon, that was back in 2003.
Mm-hmm.
And I know, Lenore, you in particular, I know you were very involved and you were elected to council, if I remember correctly, that particular year. That was a high water mark for a few reasons. One, we had a bit of a change election with the mayor's chair. We had some controversial folks that were running in some different areas, and then we had the casino referendum on the ballot that year, and that high water mark for voter turnout was right in the 50% range. So, it tends to be at the municipal level that we just do see lower voter turnout. That's not a good thing, but it is something we certainly see, and I'm hoping that it's a little bit higher than the 27% we saw in the last election. But with that said, if we take a look at broadly this election, I don't think there's a there are certainly things in Saskatoon that are not going in the exact direction as we want them. There are issues around housing and homelessness. We're facing issues of public safety and perceptions of safety. But broadly speaking, I haven't heard from folks who've said, Saskatoon is just broken. Saskatoon is, needing a completely different direction. And what you usually see or often see is those elections where, it's let's toss the bums out. That's where you see that really high voter turnout. So it's possible this time we will do a little bit better than the 27% last time, but I certainly wouldn't be putting my money on 40 or 50% voter turnout today.
Okay, so we're going to have to take some bets at the end of the night on that. But I mean, to your point though, too, is that, we've got good weather today. That's on our side. It's not a storm. We didn't have to restart the election, so that's going for us. I think everyone can attest to that. It might rain a little bit later. We can give a little weather forecast, but so far so good out there, and the polls have closed. So we are just awaiting for the results. They were electronically fed, Randy. That's what happened when you went to the poll. You're feeding in your election results and feeding in your vote, and then it's getting counted up. So we know those results are going to come really quick here. And once they do, it's probably going to be some really quick dumps. But there could be some hesitation based on how closely they get kind of filed into that. What are some of your thoughts as we're waiting here tonight in terms of what you've noticed in terms of the process of leading up to today, and what you might hazard to guess on some of the results that we can anticipate?
Well, I think the city clerk's office is to be commended for bringing this together and providing so many options that ignorance is no longer a choice. It would be your choice to not be informed and to be able to get out and vote. I think that's coming on the heels of Remembrance Day on Monday. What a better way to exercise your vote and that freedom 2 days after that. 2003, thank you, I ran in Ward 2 in 03. Very humbling experience to go knocking on strangers' doors, as all of you have attested to, and those still waiting to hear results, asking for a stranger's vote in what you believe and what you think the direction should be. The casino, all of those things with the casino, and even back to 1984, when we look at the SaskTel Centre, where it's located, that went to a referendum and it ended up there. The casino went to a referendum, and look where it is. If the deed did end up on a referendum at some point, we're not out of the woods yet, where would that be, or what would that look like? So last year, yes, it was, last year, 4 years ago, it was a bad blizzard and a storm that pretty much stymied anyone from going anywhere. But 2016, if that was to look back at something that was interesting, 40.1% attendance in voter turnout. I think that's crucial in getting a better read on who is coming out to vote and who they're voting for. And I think we also need to turn our attention to the school board trustees. There's tens of millions of dollars that are at stake there that need to be managed well, and people really need to pay attention to that line item on their property tax bill that doesn't necessarily go to the city, even though they do collect it.
Yeah, thank you for that. I want to throw to Anika just for a second. Anika, what's been the experience for you as been leading up to today, and what have you been hearing from some of your colleagues?
Yeah, so it's been great. Again, lots of information for us to hear and share, because all of the candidates have done an exceptional job, as you both mentioned. They have done tremendous work in going out there, promoting themselves, telling our people what they stand for and how they can help Saskatoon. So again, very hard work by all of the candidates that was running. And no, I'm very excited to see what happens. This was my second time voting, because again, being an international student in Canada for the first few years, I couldn't vote. So this was the second time. So it was, again, a great experience. And what I loved is there was so much options, right? And I agree with Randy that if someone chooses not to vote, it's because they're choosing to not see the information that's available right in front of their eyes. Because as you mentioned, we had advanced polls, we had the drive-through, students had their options, and today, of course, and free public transit. So which all helps people make sure that they all go and vote. So I really hope that we can take that number up from 27% to hopefully 40, 50. But again, I'm being hopeful. But yeah, other than that, I feel like we definitely need changes. But again, it all depends on every single individual, right? What do they want for our city? So again, everyone, I hope they're well aware with what every single candidate stands for, and made a vote that really stands with their values and what they think is best for our city. So yeah, no, definitely very excited. I'm watching the website like a hog and making sure that as soon as there's an update, we'll show it on the screen.
Yeah, we're watching the website too, Anika, so don't worry about that. And of course, we're impatient. You know, we want to see some results coming in. We want to see some of the direction that we've been anticipating for, I don't know, Lenore. You know, we've seen the signs. You know, ever since the candidates were allowed to put up signs. You know, that's what we've been waiting for. That being said, as no polls have reported yet, I want to go back to our Zoom guests who have taken some time out of their evening to be part of this program. And the one thing that still resonates with me, and if we can go to Bev Dubois. Hopefully the party isn't too out of control for Bev. Yeah. But I want to talk about that voter turnout and the lower numbers, which, you know, in the previous election were disappointing. And I'm wondering, from what you have seen along the way, do you have any hope that things might be a little bit better this time around?
Well, thanks, Christina. You know, I have to say, unfortunately not. I feel that there will be a low voter turnout. And when you look at the numbers for the early polls or the advanced polls, it was just a little bit more than 2020. And 2020 was a different year. We were in a pandemic, and we had, you know, and then of course we had the snowstorm. And I know today, I think the first 2 hours from 8 to 10, I think 3,700 people, as I understand it, voted in Saskatoon. To me, that's not very much. So I unfortunately think that it's not going to be a very large turnout. I am actually, to be honest, Christina, starting to think that every election, we should be having some kind of a referendum, because that does get people out to vote. And if that's what we have to do, then that's what we have to do. There's always questions we can ask the citizens. I mean, we want their input. We do engagement. That's a big part of what City Council does, and what individual councillors and the mayor does. And so I don't think there's anything wrong with necessarily having a referendum of some sort at every election moving forward, so we can get more people out to vote.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. And I was thinking about that when Zach was commenting on it, and Randy as well. You know, some of the major issues that do come up and confront us, you know, as taxpayers and voters in Saskatoon. And it's definitely on the opposite side of the table from you when it comes to major issues that we may have a voice on. Lenore?
Okay, you know what? I got to share this with everybody that's tuned in. Regina beat us to the punch here. We've got some results out of Regina. 11 mayoral candidates that have been running there, and we've got 6 out of 43 polls right now. Chad Baczynski is in the lead with a whole whopping 954 votes. Sandra Masters at 826 votes, so at 28% and 24% of the vote, followed by Lori Piscania at 626 votes, 18%. So we're starting to see something coming up there. So hopefully that is a portending of results coming here to Saskatoon in a little bit. But for those that are interested, we are hoping to kind of take a look at some of the other municipalities around Saskatchewan. We know that Regina and Saskatoon are our two major cities, Regina being the capital, Saskatoon being the big city, and one of the key economic generators of this province. So we're going to be staying tuned into that. So back to you, Christina, with that little note there.
Thanks, Lenore, for the update. Yeah, I always hate getting beat by Regina. I just, like, and of course this comes in. Even when I lived in Regina, I hate anyway. We won't have to go into that. Let's continue with our Zoom guests. Thanks again, Bev, for your input in terms of voter turnout. But I want to go back to James Hitchison as well, and ask a little bit about how people are, how people were anticipating this vote, James, and if they felt that their vote could make a difference if they were to cast their ballot.
Well, and I think that there was regional areas that certainly had more engagement, I think, than others. Nothing against our esteemed guest here, Mr. Councillor Jeffries and Councillor Dubois, but anytime you have people acclaimed, that's going to lend itself to an overall lower voter turnout. And so to that, but on the west side of Saskatoon in Ward 3, where I'm from, certainly I think there are a lot of hot button issues. I would be remiss to not even suggest that the Wellness Center was front and center of that, and lending itself to, it's not only the item of homelessness and mental health and addictions, but it's safety in the community, it's crime in the community, and there was a feeling, I think, well founded, that a lot of our community, especially West Side residents, felt that their voices were not being heard by the city, and so I'm really interested to see if that manifests itself in a participation and a voice that these residents want to send back to their City Hall. So and that's how I'm kind of breaking down some of the subtext. I think we'll see in other wards, they have their own individual little nuance. I think it would be, we have to look at Ward 5, and there's a little dynamic there. I think also in Ward 8, we see certainly a very heated kind of race. There's many strong contenders. So we'll have to see how these wards and these races kind of fulfill themselves. So I look forward to what the results tell us, and then I think we'll get some clarity of what that picture looks like.
Yeah, it is a good point, and I too am a bit curious about how each of the wards break down in terms of the numbers of people coming out to vote, as opposed to the overall number. Certainly, but we are going to see some interesting races, despite us having a couple of acclaimed councillors or councillors-elect. We're not too sure how that works. But I would be genuinely curious to see how things shape up in individual wards. Patricia Rowe, as we await these results, your thoughts to this point right now in terms of the discussion and even some of the major issues, if you felt they were discussed during the campaign or not.
Yeah, it's a good question. I was just thinking about what Sylvia said earlier about, and you, Christina, about voting every time since you were 18, and I'm in that group too, and I can't understand why people don't vote. And I know that, I don't know if it's Australia, but there are some countries, I think, where they require their citizens to vote. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but, there's something to be said for expecting people to engage in who is going to govern them. And I just feel it's so important to vote, and so that's a big issue for me. I think at the door, what I've heard is there were a number of things. Homelessness was a big issue. the downtown entertainment center was another issue, and I think safety was another issue for sure. I think the environment is another concern for people, and protecting the green spaces, the MBA, and so on. So I think it was kind of a mixed bag, but I think homelessness and housing and affordability, the downtown center, those were things. And I think with the entertainment center, people really want to have a say in that one, which is further to the discussion about whether or not there should be a referendum at every vote. So lots of things. One other thing I want to say is I went to a forum at Station 20 West a while back, and it was sponsored by the People's Bridge Advocacy, and it was really interesting because there were so many new Canadians there, and also a really diverse group of people, people that were unhoused and people from all different walks of life. And it was really interesting because that group is doing a lot of work to try and get people to engage that may not have normally engaged in the process. So that might drive some more people out to vote as well. So I thought that was a really positive step.
Thanks, Patricia, for that. And as we wind down with our Zoom guests for this moment right now, Sylvia Martini is with us as well. Sylvia, do you want to jump into the conversation and share some of your thoughts, particularly when it comes to who's showing up to vote, or if people indeed are coming out to vote?
Well, I will be very interested not only to see the numbers, but I'd like to understand the demographics. Like, I'd like to understand what age group there is a preponderance of a certain age group that is voting, and how is that going to resonate in regard to who gets the seat. So that to me will be very important. I know from the business community side, we're looking at from the chamber, as a member of the chamber and having been engaged with them, you know, when we use the term ROI, the focus on Saskatoon's role, you know, operating with excellence on productivity and cost effectiveness, which we certainly see as being really important. Like any business, you know, that is important on the budget side, and investing in tomorrow and having, you know, and stewarding into the success in the long term. You know, so when I think about who's going to be turning out, I would hope that we're going to see a good representation from the business community. I certainly hope so. But it'll be interesting to see. I'm hoping that with the provincial election and also with with what we saw in the U.S. as well, that we're going to get a lot of first-time voters out, newcomers who are now able to vote. I think we're going to see. I'm going to be curious on the breakdown and the profile of the voters.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sylvia.
Pleasure.
So I heard from Madhurja and Rashid, who are in City Hall right now, that they have some announcements on the advanced poll results from Station 20 West, and they also have a guest speaker with them. So Rashid and Madhurja, over to you guys.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, we have some advanced poll results from Station 20 West, and it shows it's for the mayoral candidates. We have Carrie Tarasov, 54, Cynthia Block, 367, Mike Harder, 4, Don Atchison, 55, and Gordon Wyant, 120. Those were for the mayoral candidates. It's a big list for the other, for the wards, so I'm not going to go into that. We are going to go to our guest, and that's one of our Ward 8 candidates, and his name is Dr. Prathamesh Kale. So I'm going to get him to talk to us. Here you go, Rashid.
Thank you, Madhurja, for sharing the advanced poll result for Station 21. We do have Dr. Prathamesh. He's one of the candidates from Ward 8. Dr. Prathamesh, like, you were running for the first time. Tell us, like, what was your experience? How was your experience?
Thank you, Rashid, for having me here on Rogers TV. The experience was amazing. Like, this was my first time running for an election anywhere in this country. And it was a very amazing experience. I loved talking to the people. And when I started talking and door knocking, that's when I came to know what the real issues the people are having. Homelessness is tops the list. The second is affordability. And then the third one is the safety in the neighborhood. So these three topics were the major issues that most of the people living in Ward 8 were having. And then there are the city issues that are like, do we want the arena? Do we want the library? How the city is spending the money? So answering their questions, trying to tell them how we going to manage the money. It's like managing a house. And when you are making money through the city through taxes, it's like managing your house and cutting down on expenses. So absolutely, a city should be run as you run the family. That's how I was to tell them. And we'll make sure we don't do unnecessary expenses and utilize that expenses to where it is actually needed. So that was my experience, and I really loved it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prathamesh. So, like elections are coming pretty soon. So, what's your expectations are? Are you feeling excited, nervous?
Well, there is a bit of anxiety. Obviously, everyone will probably have this anxiety, but I'm positive. If my intentions are right, if I know the people, I do trust the verdict, and whatever the verdict, I will take it a positive way and make sure I will be accessible to them in the next 4 years, even if I'm in the city council or not. But I will be still working for the city, for that ward, for the next election as well. And if I win this election for the next 4 years, listening to them every time. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Prathamesh, for joining us today. And as the results are coming soon, so we will be keeping you updated all. I know like there will be some advanced polling election information coming soon. Over to the studio now.
Yeah, thanks so much. I really love this, how we're able to connect in with you at City Hall. That's great. Some great reporting there, Rashid Ahmad. That's fantastic. Bringing it back into studio, knowing, you know, Zach, that you've got to go here right away. What's some of the initial thoughts as we're waiting here? You heard a little bit about Regina. It looks like a tight race. If any of those polls are any indication, what else what's on your mind right now? I'm curious.
Well, a few thoughts. I will have a few more minutes here. My plan was actually head down to City Hall and be joining folks who are successful, unsuccessful candidates for council and for mayor. So I'll have a chance to stay with you for a little bit longer. That's great. Here. The first thought is that I'm more than happy to wait here for the results. We always get it right in Saskatoon. Even if it takes a few more minutes than Regina. For those who don't know, while we have electronic tabulators, what actually happens is those tabulating machines have data cards on them, and then they print out a result. So those physical copies, those receipts basically that come out of the machines, then either have to be called in or taken into Central, and of course we're then waiting for those results that get manually put into a system for the city's election website. So there is a little bit of stuff that kind of can create some delays, but we're not going to see what we saw with the provincial election, where we were, a couple of hours in and we were still saying, hey, we don't really have much in the way of results, especially from our big cities. So that isn't going to be the case here tonight. When I was given the honor first to be elected 12 years ago, it was after 9 p.m. that we finally had our result in Ward 10, and I remember how we were very much on the edge of our seats, as many folks will be here tonight. With one poll left to come in, I remember being down by 5 votes. And as much as in that election I was up against an incumbent, and we thought we might not win, I'll tell you, when there's one poll left to come in and you're only down by that much, you sure as heck are thinking you've got a shot then. So I know there'll be people here excited about those results to start rolling in. Broadly, between the question of Regina and Saskatoon, you've actually seen things in Regina over the last number of years are very different from Saskatoon. The way that their council worked together or didn't work together, very different than Saskatoon. The way that the issues were being looked at in a more adversarial way instead of collaborative way, very different than Saskatoon. And while people will point to sometimes the fact that we had 5 to 6 votes or 6-5 votes on different issues in Saskatoon, the fact is we didn't have members of council suing each other or suing the city manager or saying things in council chambers that simply were not appropriate. And so that's something I think that we need to remember is not only, that's not a normal thing in politics for things to devolve that way, but we have to hold Saskatoon up as an example of a city that is getting it right when it comes to our civic discourse. You know what, agree with your current council, disagree with your current council. I think we've done that agreeably And for the most part, we can have that feather in our cap. Beyond that, I'd also just note that you're seeing a lot of third-party money in Saskatoon, or sorry, rather in Regina, in a way that you're not seeing in Saskatoon. And I really do think that our cities and our province have to look at regulations around how we manage that. I don't think that, of course, we ought to be outright banning those types of third parties from getting involved. They have valuable points of view, but I think that people need to put their name to it, and you have to disclose who your donors are if you're going to be running ad campaigns like Advanced Regina or Better YXC, whatever it's called here. I think folks owe it, whether they're candidates for city council, candidates for mayor or school board, to disclose those donors, as we have to do. I think those third parties ought to disclose not only who their donors are, but who they are in the first place.
Thanks so much, Zach. Really appreciate you. You're the councillor for Ward 10. It's a pleasure having you here in the studio with us. You're going to be watching along with the results as much as you can, which is great. Randy, you've been listening to Zach just now. What are some thoughts that you have as we're waiting for the results?
Well, I like the fact that there's a plan in place. It's unfolding. I know we want that immediacy. But I'm kind of curious to know what's happening around the province as well. Saskatoon isn't an island. I know that we're the most populous city, but by the same token, when you look at the P4G plan, the plan for growth into Corman Park, we have a new reeve, Joe Hargrave, that was acclaimed. A number of the odd number divisions are having their elections with some acclaimed. I think that there needs to be that symbiotic relationship between the city and the RM because of that growth with another 17,000 people this year. Where do we grow and what does that look like? And we have council coming up that will have to get up to speed very quickly. I noticed that one of the first meetings coming up the end of the month, beginning of December, is budget. And it's an overwhelming task when you look at it. As long as I've been with the Business Improvement District working under council and our board, that's 17 years of trying to muddle my way through. And when you get packages, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300 pages, talk about drinking out of a fire hose. I commend all of you for the work you do as council. And by the same token, some of it is on us as citizens. What can we do to help ourselves as well?
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Christina, I'm going to throw it to you to see what's going on with our guests online.
Yeah, this is really we're looking at the clock and we see that, there's like maybe 12 minutes before 9 o'clock and that's kind of when we were anticipating some of the votes to come in, and Zach sort of underscored that as well. But it's tough not to get impatient, and I'll continue in the same sort of rotation with the list, but Bev Dubois, Ward 9 City Councillor acclaimed. It's tough not to get impatient, isn't it, as we wait for these numbers to come through?
Yes, of course it is. It's already, as you say, it's 10 to 9, and it's quite, usually we have results by now, but I have complete faith in our city clerk's office. They've done a great job managing this election, and I'm sure that we'll probably just be bombarded with a whole bunch of results any moment, and we'll get a good cross section of what's going on across the city in the various wards, the school boards, as well as for the office of mayor. So I don't feel any that there are any issues. Let me put it that way. I have complete confidence in the clerk's office, and we'll be having results pretty darn soon.
Yeah, it is that sort of time, maybe because we're sitting behind the anchor desk here and we want to see some results, but at the same time, I do respect the fact that this is an important vote for everybody, and I know that you're right, we're going to get bombarded shortly. James Yachishin, you as a political analyst and contributor, we've been through this before, haven't we? The hurry up and wait.
Well, we certainly are probably the fluff before the candy.
It's true, we are. And I'm fine with that. To be quite honest with you, I'm totally fine with it. So true.
Yeah, so true. As I said, I think there is a good opportunity for us to probably then have a little bit of discussion as Mr. Jeffries was suggesting, or Councillor Jeffries was suggesting about some of the challenges that are kind of stepping forward here. I think there are people in our community that do want to ensure that we have level playing fields when we have points of view being brought forward. And so I think that there is a necessity, hopefully, when we go forward, that maybe there might be in this next 4-year cycle the opportunity for us to do a review of how elections are handled for our city councils. It might be something that will engage with the province as well. But I think that there could be some conversations as to what it is we're trying to achieve. And, we do have an interesting dynamics, right? We have subsets all over the place. And we have also to this a burgeoning and exciting new community that is starting to come to Saskatoon and claim this as their home as well. And so what are their hopes and wants and desires? So all of this is really positive and I think exciting as we go forward. So that's just some of the views that I have at this moment.
And just before we go over to Patricia Rowe to get some input from her, Lenore, you've got some results from PA, is that correct?
Yes, I do. We may have a bit of a mayor change if the results hold. 4 out of 12 polls so far reporting. Bill Polinsky is in the lead by 1,000 and some at least. Just getting some very blobby counts right now. Greg Dion in a second place, not that close, and Brittany Marie Smith quite far back. So we've got potentially a mayoral change in Prince Albert right now. Just wanted to let people know that.
Okay, and as we await even just the first count from Saskatoon. Now, mind you, thanks to Rashid and Madhurja at City Hall, we did get some numbers from advanced polls, and we'll go back and check in with them in just a moment. But I just want to continue our roundtable here in terms of the expectation, Patricia Rowe, that people have, when you sort of get to this moment and you really wonder exactly who's going to emerge victorious.
Yes, it's a nail biter for a lot of people, believe me. I could see them sitting in the edges of their chairs or pacing around their rooms and everybody waiting, and it's not coming as quickly as they want it to. So it's always a challenging time. A couple of things I think are really interesting about this race, and I think James referred to it, and that is the number of new people in Saskatoon. And I think somebody said it was like 35 to 40,000 more people in Saskatoon. So it's interesting to think about where they've come from, their cultural values, their family values, their views on voting and what's important to them. So I think that's could be a factor. The other thing I'm really interested in is what's happening with the school boards. And I know in Regina, there was a slate of candidates put forward by, I think it's Action for Canada or something like that. And, with a fairly conservative view of what the school should be. And I think in Saskatoon, that has not happened. So that's interesting. And I think there are so many excellent candidates for school board. And I think that's going to be more and more a big issue for families and for teachers and for the public generally about what's going to happen with our schools, how are kids being educated, and the importance of that for our society, for civic engagement and all of that. So I think this is pretty interesting stuff tonight.
Thanks, Patricia. And Sylvia, let's get some thoughts from you as well, just before we head back to City Hall and see what else is happening.
So, what actually comes to my mind, and as a strategist, it's very interesting. I'm actually thinking of what does tomorrow look like? What does around the table look like? When if you have, say, a 60% or 70% turnover, what does that mean for onboarding? There are always the expectations that you've made a change and everything is going to be great. And part of that is how do we norm? How do we come together, not just form, but get that norm? So I think about Councillor Dubois and I think about Councillor Jeffries, who've been around the block a few times, and it's going to be an interesting dynamic. So actually, to be honest with you, that's what I'm thinking about. And I want to just add one more thing. We have a very short memory as an electorate. It was when we think about 2020, we think about COVID and the impact of COVID, to all of the leaders, all of the municipalities, the provincial governments, the federal government, etc. And somehow when it's over, we expect things are just going to go back to normal. Well, it just isn't that easy. You can't, it's been a very, very difficult time. And I'd like to say thank you to all those who have sat around the table, all those who have represented us. And I think it would be remiss of us not to thank those who have served and may not be serving forward.
Perfect. Thank you, Sylvia. So I hear from Madhurja and Rasha that they have few more advanced poll results. So I'll pass it on to Madhurja and Ghosh in the City Hall.
Thanks, Anika. Thanks, everyone. We have some of the advanced poll results in our hand right now. First, I'll start with, I think it's the Western Avenue Alliance Church. Sorry if I say it incorrectly. So on this one, I'm announcing the mayor candidates. Carrie Harris of 101, Cynthia Block 572, Mike Harder 3, Don Atchison 272, and Gordon Wyant 556. The second one I have is from City Hall, and that's also an advanced poll. Carrie Harris of 55, Cynthia Block 578, Mike Harder 4, Don Atchison 90, Gordon Wyant 211. Then we have Alice Turner Library, Carrie Tarasov, we have 270, Cynthia Block, 1,095, so 1,095, Mike Harder, 7, Don Atchison, 369, and Gordon Wyant. Gordon Wyant is 1,120.
Wow.
Then we have Market Mall, Carrie Tarasov, 296, Cynthia Block, 1,366, Mike Harder, 90, Don Atchison, 431, and Gordon Wyant, 826. Just give me a moment. Yes, yeah, 826. And the last one that I have for now is, actually I have two more. Lakewood Civic Center, Carrie Terrace of 284, Cynthia Block, 1,271, Mike Harder, 8, Don Atchison, 422, Gordon Wyant, 1,248. The next one is from Saskatoon Fieldhouse, Carrie Terrace of 106, Cynthia Block, 795, Mike Harder, 6, Don Atchison, 116, and Gordon Wyant, 369. And those were the advanced poll results that I have at this moment. Thanks to everyone.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that. I mean, we're starting to see some early trending here with Cynthia Block in the lead, followed by Gord Wyant, and then the others that are following suit from there. So I think we're starting to see a bit of a trend there. So we're getting the advanced polls, which is really great. A lot of times you're waiting on those advanced polls till the end, but thanks to kind of electronic scanning and the ability to get those chits in, as we see, or those receipts in, we're able to get those results pretty quickly. So that's excellent.
Sorry to jump in for a second, but we have another one coming. But maybe give me just 1 minute. But we have another one coming. I think it just came like 30 seconds ago.
You bet. I'm going to give a little update on Regina.
Okay.
We're starting to see that Regina is Chad. And just Zach, maybe help me out here on the fellow who's running for Regina mayor, but looks like that we might have a change there. If those trends start, and I know you do some polling yourself and tend to be a data geek, what are your thoughts on what you're seeing in Regina?
Well, what we're seeing in Regina, and I'm taking a look here, just as you are, Lenore, is what I had seen for some numbers out of Regina that the incumbent mayor, Sandra Masters, could be in some trouble. There certainly were 3 or 4 candidates in total that appeared to have a credible shot at winning. And the interesting thing there, and I can't pretend to know the degree to which it mattered, but there certainly have been, like I said, some of those dark money third-party campaigns targeting the incumbent mayor in Regina with anti-Sandra Masters billboards. And does that make a difference? Does it not? I can't say, but certainly we've seen that, as I said before, their council hasn't necessarily had that same kind of collaborative spirit that we might have seen out of Saskatoon, and that respectful spirit. And did voters just choose to pin that on the mayor? I'm not entirely sure. But what you're seeing out of Saskatoon now, I think, is when you take a look at the advance polls that are coming in, those that are fairly far-flung or at the far edge of Saskatoon, those newer areas, you're seeing a very close race between Gord Wyant and Cynthia Block. And as you get towards the center, you're seeing in some of those advance polls Cynthia Block blowing it out of the water. So that, I think, is a trend that you're going to see broadly in Saskatoon tonight, where you might have competitive areas at the, in newer neighborhoods, and then probably seeing Cynthia Block running up the totals in areas like downtown, Newtana, Varsity View, Greystone Heights, those types of parts of Saskatoon. And I guess we'll see more in terms of that trend tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much. Christina, over to you.
I saw Randy taking some notes, and then I think we're going to throw it back to City Hall. But Randy, I saw your eyebrow raise a couple of times there when you were jotting down some tallies from the advance votes.
Yeah, I think Councillor Jeffries and I have had many conversations over the years with the love for data, and I agree that depending on the poll locations and where that strength will come from, I'm interested in the boundary changes for Ward 3 and 2 with the Confederation Urban Centre moving to Ward 2, as well as in Newtana, that added moved over. I think that what we're looking at is just on the advance polls, you don't know what's been said where, and I completely admire councillors, anyone putting their name forward for public office. It doesn't mean you're a piñata for the public, and I really think we need to improve the way we react and participate with our elected officials, and that obviously is a two-way street, but I don't believe that anyone, if we talk about the third-party advertising and manipulation of any facts and data, hiding behind happy faces and symbols, doesn't cut it in this age anymore. So I'd like to see a return to a little more decorum, I guess, if we're going to debate one-on-one.
Oh, Anika, over to you.
Yeah. So Madhurja just let us know that he has a little bit, I think, a few more results. And also, Madhurja, please tell us what's going on in the City Hall. What do you see? How's the vibe?
Thanks, Anika. It's actually a bit tense, which I guess I'm happy that I'm not one of the candidates. I've seen a few ward councillor candidates. I haven't seen one of the mayoral candidates yet. Maybe they're just waiting for a bit more late night appearances. I don't know. I got a good message, and I'd love to share that. Is that we're announcing results faster than CBC, but I mean. So Lenore, I'm leaving the show unless you give me $1 million deal next time. So just saying. So the one that I have right now is from Rusty McDonald Library. That's in Primrose Drive. And for the mayoral candidates, we have Carrie Tarasov 221, Cynthia Block 1123, Mike Carter 11, Don Atchison 287, Gordon Wyant 1022. I'm just going to say that again real quick. Carrie Tarasov 221, Cynthia Block 1123, Mike Carter 11, Don Atchison 287, and Gordon Wyant 1022. And I think we are getting one more, but maybe in like a few minutes, but we'll be getting another one very, very soon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I'm just going to say something right now. I'm going to call City of Prince Albert. I've got a hunch here. I think we're going to see a new mayor in the city of Prince Albert. And I think it's going to be Bill Poloninsky, somebody who's been part of the community there for a very long time, working on a lot of community-based issues, and that looks like he's going to stretch over Greg Dion unless we get a big dump.
We have some results in Saskatoon.
And guess what? Okay, on the 7 polls, we've got some results that are adding up on the advanced polls. And we've got them on screen. Who would like to read those?
Well, let's take a look at them. Just as we were, Randy was doing some quick scribbling here, but from these advanced poll numbers that we received, Cynthia Block with 5,466, Gord Wyant following second with 4,450, Don Atchison at 1,755, Carrie Tarasoff at 1,166, and M. Harden at 62 votes.
I want to throw this to Zach, because Zach, I know you've been watching this stuff. What are you seeing with that? Because it seems to echo what you were just saying earlier.
Yeah, and of course I had the benefit of seeing Randy's scribbles, as he called them, as those results were coming in. So, like I said, what you're seeing, I think, is those core areas have been trending more towards current councillor and candidate block. And so we'll see as those come in. I think when you take a look at the results tomorrow and go poll by poll and word by word, you will see a difference between the way that your average voter might vote in a neighborhood like Briarwood or someplace like Arbor Creek versus Nutana, downtown, or Riversdale. And so that's kind of where I'm seeing things right now. Obviously, we'll have more results in soon. But this is kind of broadly in line with what I had been seeing and hearing as I've talked with folks over the last couple of months in the city.
Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks so much for joining us here and staying with us. I know, Bev Dubois, you've got to go soon, Councillor for Ward 10. You've got some partying to do and also some really good observations that I think you're going to be carrying out there as you kind of nervously anticipate these results. Any words right now that are coming to mind for you?
Well, I'm not really surprised by the results either at this point. From what I've heard in the community, and I do a lot of engagement in the community, not only during election time but all throughout the term. So I'm not surprised at the results coming in Saskatoon, and I think that we are seeing a trend, especially in the mayoralty race. We'll have to see what some of the wards look like. I'm curious to see some of those results. We haven't got any in yet, but I'm sure that they will start coming in very, very soon. So it'll be an exciting evening, and I want to thank you very much for having me on as well this evening. It's been an honor to be with you, and I am going to have to take my leave now and join my campaign team and my family. It's a big group, so I need to spend some time with them.
Thank you, Bev Dubois. Thank you so much. And Anika, let's send it back to you.
Yeah, so Madhurja, again, he said he has a few more results, as well as I see Rashid, he's going everywhere. So I want to hear from Rashid as well. What is he hearing? What is he, like, who is he talking to? So yeah, Madhurja, if you want to update us on the results, new results, and then I want to hear from Rashid as well.
Yeah, actually, it's right now, I guess Rashid is trying to get some more results, but I don't think we have any more. I will give it to him. He's just a bit away for now. We have one more advanced poll results, and it is from all the post-secondary institutions. So it's like UFS, SciEst, like SAS Polytech and all those places. I see everyone getting ready with their pen and paper. So here it goes. Caritas of 42, Cynthia Block 558, Mike Harder 5, Don Atchison 72, Gordon Wyant 105. I'm going to repeat it again. Caritas of 42, Cynthia Block 558, Mike Harder 5, Don Atchison 72, and Gordon Wyant 105.
Thanks.
I have Rashid here. Yeah, he can.
Well, the election results are coming, and advanced polling result has been shared with by Madhurja. So, like, people are coming from different campaigns. Like, there are some candidates who are already here at City Hall. and we can see that like by the advanced poll results, like people are sharing those results with the community and the people. So that's all the update from advanced polling for so far. Over to you in the studio.
Yeah, thank you for that. I'm really appreciating these live updates. You're being a runner there, and you're grabbing people as you need to, which is really appreciated. I want to make a comment though. That's not that many students that voted. Okay,
yeah, I thought the same thing.
Come
too.
on,
yeah.
okay, students, we got to do some work. I'm gonna put a thing out here right now. Randy and Zach, you are now part of Team Recruit. And by the time of the next election, let's get into those post-secondary and cheer them on. Let's see if we can get some votes going on there, more than we've got right now, because that's a protected count of 1,097 that's on the top of that chit. That's not much. And the actual count is 786. This is low. This is really low. Coming from all of the post-secondary, we know there's thousands upon thousands of students. What you might not know, students, you can vote in your home area, and you can also vote where you go to school.
Yeah, you get to vote twice.
You're one of those privileged few that get to do that, which is pretty cool. That's something we were talking about on our show earlier this week. So, I want to throw it, I'm going to go online right now and throw it to Sylvia Martini. Sylvia, what are you noticing online from your end?
What I'm noticing online, well, I'm basically just watching, what's happening here. Once again, I'm not surprised. I can see where some of the votes have, where if you were amalgamating some of the votes, as an example, some of the more closely minded candidates at the mayoral side. You combine those, but they're split, and so we're seeing for sure. I think I'm not going to say the writing's on the wall, but I'm not really surprised by what I'm seeing.
And we've got a new fresh tally at the bottom from the 8 advanced polls, where we see some fresh numbers. And again, thanks to our guys at City Hall for helping us out with that. But Cynthia Block right now holding a lead at 6,024 votes. Gordon Wyant at 4,555. Don Atchison is in third place at 1,827. Carrie Tarasoff at 1,208. And Mike Harder at 67 votes. So that's where we stand with the advanced numbers, Lenore. And just moving down the line here, Patricia Rowe, who's joining us on Zoom. We can't necessarily say writings on the wall, but any surprises, at least with these mayoral numbers, the advanced poll numbers, because we don't have the ability to go through each of the wards. Any thoughts on that so far?
Well, I think that's definitely where the race was between Cynthia and Gord. If I judge, I live in Newtana, if I judge by the sign campaign that Cynthia had, they're everywhere on people's property. So I think that's a pretty good indication of what's going to happen in this area. We've got sort of the burbs or the suburbs, and now I think we're probably going to move into the older areas of the city, the west side, downtown, Newtana, City Park, and etc. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's still close here, but I don't know. I guess based on this, I'm thinking Cynthia's certainly in the lead, and she worked very hard. So it's going to be interesting to see at the end how it turns out. But I guess my vote at this point is for Cynthia, who's going to win.
Yeah, thanks so much, Patricia, for those comments. Just another update on Moose Jaw. Kind of looking around the province. James Murdoch at 4,400 votes. Crystal Fose, who had run before, in at 1,200. So it looks like James Murdoch has got a pretty good hold on that one. So he's the incumbent. And the incumbent Clive is running in third place right now in Moose Jaw. So we might see another turn. We're seeing some turns of mayoral. Zach, you want to weigh in on this? Because I know you're at meetings, through the various different things that are going on in the province, where you're meeting up with councillors and mayors from all over the place. Thoughts?
Well, I think when it comes to the issues that people are facing, of course, broadly speaking, it was mentioned before that people are concerned about housing, homelessness, affordability, taxes, and those are things that we're seeing across the board. But of course, then it comes down to individual communities and how well someone has managed that and communicated that to residents in their city. It also comes down to campaigns. And I think when you take a look at the results we're seeing here in Saskatoon, it also shows that campaigns matter. The two folks that we have that are leading in the mayoral numbers are the people that were out, running full campaigns. I think anyone in the city was paying attention. They would have been seeing billboards and advertisements on social media from Gord Wyant and from Cynthia Block. They would be also seeing something in their mailbox and making sure that those teams were making sure that there were door knockers in different neighborhoods as well. You didn't see that same kind of campaign from Don Atchison nor from Kerry Tarasoff. But I will note that I think it's interesting the numbers we're seeing from Kerry Tarasoff. The fact that he has never held office, was running, I think a shoestring campaign with not a lot of money. But it shows that when you engage as he has over the last 4 years and even longer than that in different issues, people do pay attention to that. And I certainly, while it doesn't seem, and I would say we're not going to see Kerry Tarasoff as the next mayor of Saskatoon, I have to give him a hat tip because he pays attention almost closer than anyone else who is not a member of council or someone who works at City Hall. And that kind of dedication just speaks to the way that he cares about Saskatoon. While he and I might see different issues, sometimes not the same way, I would never question his care for Saskatoon and his commitment to trying to make it a better place. Yeah,
thanks so much for sharing that. We're going to go to James now online. And James, what are some things that you're noticing there?
Well, I think certainly I was curious to get some of Zach's points on why it seems that the results are a little bit slower than other communities. We have the advanced polls, but yet the actual poll by poll results don't seem to be coming to us. And I was curious if he could maybe pull back the veil a little bit and give us a bit of a sense for what might be taking us some time on that aspect.
Zach, we'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, you're on the hot seat.
Yeah, you're on the hot seat.
I'm happy to be on the hot seat. That's what comes with serving on council now for 12 years. To the best of my knowledge, the way that things work is they would be compiled by folks at City Hall at the elections office. And I don't know what the process looks like to then get those results added and tallied on the website. Like I said, it is a manual process. These voting machines don't automatically send that information off to City Hall. Often what will happen is at the polling locations themselves, there is a receipt that is printed off day of, and then if I'm remembering correctly, I could have this wrong, the data cards that are in those machines are actually brought down to the election office for everything to be printed off there as well. Once again, I may be misremembering this, but the fact is the tallying is quick on the ballots themselves. Actually getting it on the website sometimes is where there's perhaps more of a delay, but as was mentioned earlier, we're likely to see this come fast and furious once those results are reporting on the official Election Saskatoon website.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I mean, I think it is going to be fast and furious. And,
I think so
and watch us here in studio and with our colleagues that are down at City Hall, because I know it's going to be a mad dash all over the place. I've got Rashid standing there with a mic in his hand. Rashid, what do you have going on there?
Yeah, so lots of supporters are coming from different candidates, and some of the candidates are also joining. We do have one of the supporter here at City Hall. His name is Salman. So we will ask him how he's feeling about advanced polling and what's your overall feedback about election.
Hi, thank you, Rashid. Advanced polls are published here in City Hall. We are very excited by looking to the results, and we hope that the new leader will go over and resolve the critical issues and also all the issues that currently city is facing, including homelessness, and also they're going to be looking into infrastructure improvement in the city. And we are really excited here. Like as soon as the results are being posted, we are taking the picture, and everyone is very excited here. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And I have seen that you have been sharing with the community some of the pictures too. So yeah, like lots of excitement at City Hall, and we are still waiting for more results to come. So the last update, which was given by Madhurja, so that was the latest update. So we are still waiting for more results to come. So over to the studio.
Rashid, if I could just ask you a quick question, please. It's looking more full at City Hall. Looks like there's more and more people who are coming to join you at City Hall. Are you getting any word at all as to why some of the results may be delayed?
Well, I haven't heard anything about the delay of the result, but people are talking about like why the results have been delayed. So we have seen only advanced poll results so far. So we are hoping that the results will be coming soon. That's all we have heard so far from the city management.
I'm just curious if people are impatient there as well.
Everyone is excited and eager to know the result, and I can see that the hall is filling with the supporters and candidates. So lots of excitement and I think anxiety too, like to wait for more results.
Okay, thank you for your reporting. We'll be back with you in just a moment, Lenore.
Yeah.
Well,
thank you.
I mean, we're following the regional the race. We're following the jeepers. I'm all over the place because I'm so darned excited and I'm wanting results. Let's just confess that. Moose Jaw, we've got some changes there. Prince Albert, we've seen some changes there. We know there's going to be some big changes in Saskatoon once these results start coming in. What I want to get to though is what's changed in terms of what is happening in the dynamics of Saskatoon's electoral boundaries. So folks have been thinking maybe that they were in Ward 2, but we know there were some switches up there.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Randy and Zach, there have been some switches that have happened. We've had a little bit of boundary changes. Zach, you want to take a kick at the can of explaining what happened there?
Sure. We've had a couple of small boundary changes this time around. And for those who don't follow this closely, there is provincial legislation that says anywhere you are in Saskatchewan that actually has voting by wards, the way that those have to be constructed. Basically, you take the entire population of a city, you divide it by the number of wards, that gets you an average size, and then you're supposed to be plus or minus 10% of that average number. And as some of our areas grow in Saskatoon, we've got areas that fall outside that average, and neighborhoods have to switch. So you've actually got a situation, interestingly enough, where the date that was set for Ward 10, the area that I represent, meant that it was about 60 or 80 people away from hitting that 10% mark over the average. So it did not get redistributed this time. So we will continue to have growth in Evergreen and Aspen Ridge, those areas out there. And it's entirely possible by the time we hit the next election in 2028 that you'll have an area in Saskatoon like Ward 10 that has as many people as Prince Albert or Moose Jaw. It's just really, really interesting to see not only how that redistribution takes place, but the amount of growth that we've had in Saskatoon. And always make sure to remind our folks at the provincial level that as members of City Council, in some cases we can represent 1.5 or almost twice as many people as our MLAs do in the provincial legislature. So hats off to all the new people that are going to be joining council and doing some heavy lifting, representing a lot of people in their wards.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, because I think there's a lot of people that don't realize there are less councillors, having to really represent a heck of a lot more, residents than there are MLAs. And I think that's something to really think about, because when council maybe starts to have that discussion about things need to change in terms of supports for them, resources for them, and even having more of them. We need to really embrace that because we're a growing community. And what does that look like? I want to go back to Regina just for a second while we're rating on results here, and then we'll come back into, we'll probably jump next to online before we throw it over to City Hall to see what the latest is. That's holding in Regina for the mayoral results. We've got 23 out of 43 polling stations that are reporting. Chad Baczynski is at 31% of the percentage of votes coming in, 8,897 votes. Lori Briscania, also a councillor, coming in second, 6,954 votes, or 24 and a quarter percentage of votes. And then Sandra Masters coming in third at the moment with 6,522 votes, 22.75% of the vote. Next closest is Bill Pratt at 13%, and then the rest of the crew, the rest of them are all in that 2% and under to 0.27. So we can share that is going on there. So if that holds, there'll be a new mayor in Regina. What we're seeing here in Saskatoon, I appreciate what you're saying, Zach, in terms of those boundary changes. I have to say, in 2003, just to be on record, I lost in 2003. And I have to say something on that, because that was an election where there were third-party involvement and heavy-duty involvement. All the way to the day of the election, there was campaigns to vote against certain councils. I know Councillor Rowe, you could, former Councillor Rowe, you could weigh in on that right now. So it is not the first kick at the can that we've had third party that sometimes had their names attached, sometimes didn't. You didn't quite know what was going on. And so to see this coming back again and seeing that there might be that change, I lost by a whopping 60-some votes. It was painful. You know, there was no recount done, and there were people that were saying maybe you do that, you know. But the whole thing of it is it comes down to, and I say this, to me, elections are, you get what you get, and I appreciate that and I respect that. But it matters that you vote. It really does, and it matters all the way around that. And so I really appreciate what you were saying earlier. And Patricia, I know you've got a couple of things to say on that too, because Zach, what you're talking about in terms of electoral reform, I totally support that, is that we do really good. I'm proud of Saskatoon. Even in the losses, I'm proud of them, because I think we have a really darn good system here, but we can always improve it. And I think that's one of the cases. Patricia, to you.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing for me. At the same time, after 3 terms, I lost the race, and it was really hard to take because I worked so hard. But there were some very big issues when we were on council. The firing of the police chief, the hiring of the new chief. There was the whole issue about the South Downtown. All of those issues were really challenging and interesting at the same time. One thing was that at that time, everything was on TV. So it was always on Channel 10, and the council chambers were packed a lot of the time. And there were people there on both sides of the issues. And so it was very, very tense and difficult. But as Lenore said, I think that people need to vote, because I know people said to me and to Lenore, I can't believe you lost. But people have to get out and vote. If you want somebody with a certain set of values or ideas or a platform, you've got to get out there and vote. When you see so few young people at the universities and the other colleges and so on not really voting very much, it's interesting. I'd love to know what the number of young people in the rest of the city are how that's going to turn out. So interesting times.
There's lots to be learned, but this is all around how campaigns work. Randy, I remember when you ran, and I mean, this is not a show of reminiscence. This is about going forward, and we need to go forward. We need to hear these results. Anika, I know that you've got to leave because you're one of those folks that's got to work early in the morning and get to it. But I know you've got some other thoughts that you'd like to share on this. Anika, jump in.
There. So yeah, for sure. I guess the results, as everyone's saying, it's not super shocking given for the mayoral forum, Cynthia is leading. And one thing that Zach said, and I completely agree, is the campaign was so important. Because if where it doesn't matter which neighborhood I went, it was mostly Cynthia or Gordon, and they were campaigning. They were present in different events, different multicultural events, and which was very important because if you think about new immigrants who are coming here and are able to vote, right? People who are coming on in their with their citizenship, they don't know the political situation in Saskatoon. So a lot of them, the more name they see, if they see Cynthia's name 10 times, maybe it's more likely for them to go and vote for that name that they have heard or seen. So campaigning for a lot of times for immigrants and newcomers, it's just the name that they recognize. So it's very, very important for candidates to go out and campaign for themselves so people can know them. People who are new, they know what they stand for, how are they going to help our city. But yeah, the results so far, again, aren't shocking given how much presence they had in our city in different events and whatnot. But yeah, I think Madhurja does have something to share. So we'll pass it over to Madhurja at the City Hall.
So thanks, Anika. Thanks, everyone. I have been getting some messages for the ward results as well. But I don't know if you can see behind me very well. It's just very small numbers, and with all the words, it's very hard to give the word counts at this moment. So we do apologize on that. We are getting 10 more advanced poll results, as I can understand, but it will take some time. I can see they are just preparing the boards and putting them on, sort of thing. I just have a question, and everyone can answer. I think it was discussed a bit earlier as well about some other countries where, there is kind of a mandatory voting system. Why can't we not start it, or like pros and cons of it? And if we need to have any specific issue-based voting, like, I don't know, like, do you want to change the City of Saskatoon's logo's color, something from there to any, big demanding questions in our elections? Can we start with our civic elections, and can we move to the big ones, or what are our panelists thought about that thing? And yeah, we'll get back to you as soon as we get the results.
Yeah, thanks so much, Madhurja. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing out there, because you're literally on the ground zero there, getting the chits by paper, even though it's getting printed out by a computer. So that's pretty darn cool. So we really appreciate that. It speaks to what Councillor Dubois was speaking to earlier about having referendums and putting some issues out there and trying to drum up some stuff. So Zach, maybe we'll be coming to you and doing a presentation saying we want to change the color scheme for the city's logo and get something else in there. And maybe you're going to say, hey, you know what, based on that, maybe we should put that as a referendum question in 2028. And then that way we'll have to wait till then to get it. I mean, the States does this a lot at all orders of government, where they do a lot of different questions. I mean, Arizona literally had pages of questions that people could be voting on, not just in terms of electing, for Senate and otherwise. So Zach, your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's important for people to understand and realize that our systems are actually very similar to what you see in the United States with those questions being asked. Anyone can go out there and force something to be on the ballot. There is a process that exists where you have to go and collect signatures. Right now the threshold is 10% of eligible voters. And anyone who can go out there, just as happened back 21 years ago with the casino debate, can force something to be on the ballot. And lots of folks had mentioned to me that they might have an interest in seeing certain questions out there. And I was always happy to point them towards that process that we have, that people have used in the past to force those questions there. Certainly council has the ability to put questions on the ballot too, but the issues that tend to percolate up as the big things in a community are those that folks have said, hey, this matters enough to me that I and people I know are going to get together and force this onto the ballot and make that question something that everyone has to vote on. I will note that I did see a message here from the returning officer, and they are just uploading information to the website. It's going a little longer than expected, but they do expect to see results here in a couple of minutes is the information that I had just a minute or two ago here. So hopefully seeing some more information for folks hurriedly looking at the city website really, really soon.
Yeah, that's great. And I mean, that's why it's so lovely to have you in the house with us.
Yeah, thanks for that little tidbit, that little insider information there.
I just want to say in Moose Jaw, James Murdoch definitely in the lead there and probably will be taken. The mayoralship in Moose Jaw. Randy, thoughts?
I was just going to say, no surprise, I had James as a young student many years ago. Exemplary young man at that time, still is today, and no surprise in my mind to see him where he is. Tremendous leader and community service at the forefront as long as I've known him. So congratulations to him. I think he'll do very well.
What just out of curiosity, what's James' background for those that aren't from Moose Jaw?
Well, actually, I worked for his uncle in the funeral business for almost 30 years. He started as a young funeral director with us, moved to Moose Jaw. He's from Central Butte. Ended up purchasing and starting his own funeral home, retired from that, and branched out now into his retirement into the political field. So I think service in funeral service and service in community service will be a good fit for him. He's very conscientious, and I think there's big things on the horizon for Moose Jaw.
Just on a couple of other results. Swift Current, Swift Current, their mayor was acclaimed, Al Brattle, back in again as mayor. But there are 6 councillors that have been elected. For those that have connections to what we call Speedy Creek, is Ryan Plewis, Ryan Switzer, Leanne Tutman-Weeb, Tom Christensen, Bruce Degg, and Courtney Stewart. Those are the 6 that have been being sent forward into Swift Current's council. So there we go. We've got some results coming from those cities. I want to throw it now online. Sylvia, what are some thoughts coming to mind for you?
Thank you. Getting back to, because Rashid had asked us a question.
Yes.
And was wondering why, what we thought about having forced elections. And I would say no. What really comes to mind for me is, the old adage, we get the government we deserve. I don't believe that. I think we get the government we earned. And we earn the government by our due diligence in selecting based on intelligent understanding of the dynamics in which we are living and in the future, both macro and micro, and what those contributors are and what we want to see. I would say that there would be a bigger question that I would be interested in finding an answer to, and it really comes down to cultural anthropology, is why is the electorate so apathetic? Why are we seeing the low numbers that we're seeing in elections? That to me would be something I'd like to delve into.
Yeah, and I always repeat this when it comes up, but I think this is a perfect time. As my dad used to always say, if you don't vote, you can't complain.
Well, it's true. And people think the cities just operate, and they don't. There is this vision, there is work that is done, all the work behind the scenes with various organizations and the committees and the councils and the chambers and the business improvement districts, on, to come together to create the success that we see in Saskatoon. I've been here for 40 years in this city, and it is a magnificent city. And we need to steward it carefully. We need to bring it forward for the next few generations with a real sense of responsibility. So it just is going to be really interesting to me. I'm actually very excited. We might be making history tonight. So right here, we're going to see history unfolding, and that could be quite fascinating.
Yeah, thank you for that. We're going to throw it back to Madhurja and Rashid because they've got some more polls that have come in. throwing it back to you at City Hall.
Yeah, thanks, Lenore. Thanks, everyone. We have a few more results. So these are not advanced polls. I think I said earlier these are advanced. These are not advanced polls. These are from specific polling stations. So, and these are sporadic. It's not anything specific. So I'm just going to say the name of the station and then read out the result for the mayoral candidates. So this is W.P. Bate Community School in 18th Street. It's under Ward 2. And in here, Carrot Terrace of 63, Cynthia Block 155, Mike Harder 9, Don Atchison 107, Gordon Wyant 106. The next one I have is from St. Mary's Wellness and Education Center. It's in Avenue N South. This one, Carrot Terrace of has 37, Cynthia Block 105, Mike Harder 4, Don Atchison 57, and Gordon Wyant 39. We have the next one from Father Bacon School. Sorry if I didn't pronounce it correctly. Characters of 21, Cynthia Block 137, Mike Harder 11, Don Atchison 82, Gordon Wyant 118. The next one I have is from École St. Gerard School in Montreal Avenue North. And in here, characters of 77, Cynthia Block 198, Mike Harder 9, Don Atchison 124, and Gordon Wyant 116. And those are the ones that I have for now. Back to you, Lenore.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to go to our calculators, our human calculators. Randy, what are you seeing here?
Well, it's interesting, this last one, that Don Atchison, about 30 more than Gord Wyant. Cynthia Block still in the lead. From École St. Gerard, I went to St. Gerard in that school for formative years. So it's interesting to see that from there. I just wanted to go back a minute to talk a little bit about what Councillor Jeffries and I have discussed many times over with our data-driven convos, but we had talked one time, I remember, about term limits, and you said that we already have them, and they're called elections, and that's tonight. And I think what I had heard from Patricia Rowe and as well as you two, that the apathy, and I don't know if that's an education tool that we need to impart on our youth to get them out. I understand our university population to be about 22,000, plus Polytechnic and others. Yeah. So for a turnout of 1,097, I don't know if that's coming from within or it could be influenced in some way, shape, or form. Patricia Rowe, former councillor, I would maybe go off my fuzzy memory, but I recall 1988 as an at-large voting list with about 100 and some names. Most people just kind of went alphabetically, but I also recall there being a referendum, and this is where I look to Councillor Jeffries and others to say, at what point have we elected you to make the decisions on behalf of us, and at what point do we get to come in and say, at that time I recall there being shopping late on weeknights and Thursday nights in particular, and then there was Sunday shopping to allow stores to stay open. So that shift in the community happened then, it's happened now. The apathy I touch on, I understand the mayor of Kyle, that position has not been filled, and they're looking at a by-election in the town of Kyle due to no one stepping up and nominating or being in that position to run. So I think that it's a thank you to anyone who has put their name forward, to those who have been acclaimed. Always nice to see a race, but by the same token, it takes a lot of guts to get out and put your name on a ballot.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I want to give a little bit of this background or information here, just for context. There's 82 polls that we're going to hear from. Anybody that's got their phone out right now, you're seeing 0 out of 82. Okay. Soon that's going to change. There's going to be a whole bunch of polls. It could be just all of a sudden we see like 52 or something that's going to upload on there, and they're going to go scramble all over the place. They're going to scramble in this way. They're going to scramble and give us an outcome in terms of who's leading in terms of the mayoral race. It could be definitive, it could be close. We'll need to watch that in terms of what that percentage and number crunching breakdown is. Likewise by the wards. For anyone that is following along on the City of Saskatoon's website, know this, is that you will see at the bottom, if you're on a mobile device, the citywide result. Click on that, you get the mayor. If you go to the wards, you'll get to the wards that will have the council, and then following that it will be the public school board and who's running, and then you will see on the citywide as well that the Catholic school board comes up on the city alongside of the mayor, just as a little wayfinding exercise for anybody that is following along. So that's how you can kind of navigate if you're using a mobile device or that. Of these 82 polls, you know, Zach, as we break down those 82 polls, how does that break down by the ward?
Well, basically, if you think about Saskatoon and our neighborhoods, most neighborhoods have a poll. So if you live in Silver Spring, if you live in Silverwood, if you live in Montgomery, each of those individual neighborhoods has a polling location. So across our city, we've got, if memory serves, about 60 neighborhoods. Then you add on top of that the advanced polls and a few special polls, and that gets you to 82.
Yeah.
So once those start to come in each individual ward, the candidates who are waiting, in wards 1 through 8 for their results really are waiting in many ways from 6 or 7 polling stations, in addition to advanced votes, which will likely be lower on a per polling station basis compared to the day of.
And then I wanted to talk to you, just to go one more layer here. How many thousands of vote are we looking at in roughly per ward?
Well, in the last election, the average number of voters per ward was something in the range of 6,000 if memory serves. And so you do have, in some cases, areas with lower voter turnout. Wards 1, 2, and 3 tend to have voter turnout that's a little below average. And areas such as Ward 5 and Ward 10 tend to have voter turnout that is above the average in Saskatoon. Ward 6 is another example of what tends to be above average turnout. So that's about the number we'll be looking at here. So we're not talking about 10,000 votes per ward, but certainly a few thousand. And will make for some really interesting races, I think, when you've got, let's say, Ward 8 with 8 candidates. You could have a situation with, I think you've probably got 3 candidates out of those 8 that are really in contention. And depending on how they did their work here, you could have only a couple hundred votes separating some of those candidates, those winning and those losing.
Yeah, I think those are really good points. And I mean, this is what we're going to be watching for. So anybody, again, if you're watching along, these are great pro tips coming to you by somebody who's not just watching along, but is part of City Council. And we might have some influence here going forward in terms of what are some of those changes that we may need to see going on. I want to ask you that, and then I want to throw it over to Randy. Like, what do you see as some of the changes that we could start to think about now as we are getting to a city where we are basically those that are able to vote is roughly around that 200,000 range right now?
I think it's always important that we keep in perspective the fact that voter turnout is not necessarily the thing that ties into everyone's happy or everyone's unhappy. As I said previously, there can be things happening, whether it's other elections that are coinciding or something on the ballot for a referendum that can either drive up or drive down turnout. A blizzard, perhaps, can make a difference there too. Not that anyone would know anything about that. But beyond that, if we're thinking about what we need to do, our folks and our election officials really have made that effort. To have advanced polls. Some folks have said perhaps some additional days of advanced polling. But when it comes down to it, if a person has made the decision themselves that they are not going to vote, I've certainly run into that as a candidate before, where you'll knock on someone's door on election day and say, have you voted yet? They'll say no, and in some cases you'll say, hey, are you planning on heading out? And they're like, no, not really. This is, a phenomenon we're actually seeing across the Western world. You look at our provincial election turnout was just a hair more than 50%. And our federal and provincial elections, broadly speaking, are much lower than they used to be.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the answer is to that, but always happy to be part of the solution.
Yeah, for sure. We've got some updated totals.
Hey.
Take a look. We've got them on screen right now, everyone, for those that are tuning in. Christina's going to read them out, and then we're going to throw it to Madhurja because he's got some more results right in hand.
So these are still advanced numbers that haven't that you won't see on the website, but we've got a lead, again, a little bit more substantial for Cynthia Block, who running for mayor, 7,217. Gord Wyant has 5,477. Don Atchison with 2,536. Kerry Tarasoff at 1,659. And Mike Harder at 121 votes. Again, these are numbers not registering on the website, but some of the advanced numbers that we are getting thanks to the able reporting from Rashid and Madhurja at City Hall. What's happening now behind you at City Hall?
Hey, Rashid, can you hear me?
Rashid isn't here. It's only me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Madhurja, can you tell us what's happening?
Can you ask some of the city officials if there's a reason that there's delays?
Yeah, that'll be asked, James.
Yeah, we'll get to that, James. So right now, I have one. Actually, this advanced polling came a bit late, so I'm gonna announce it first, and then I'm gonna go to the other polling stations. This one says Special Poll City Hall, Committee Room E. This one has characters of 50, Cynthia Block 458, Mike Harder 5, Don Atchison 80, Gordon Wyant 191. And then we have 3 more polling station results. This one is from Rev Park School in Early Drive. Harry Terrace of 49, Cynthia Block 333, Mike Harder 3, Don Atchison 75, Gordon Wyant 134. The next one I have is from Lawson Heights School in Redberry Road. And that one we have characters of 62, Cynthia Block 279, Mike Harder 12, Don Atchison 90, and Gordon Wyant 299. The next one that I have is from Bishop Pocock School. It's on Avondale Road. And at this location, characters have got 66, Cynthia Block 300, Mike Harder 6, Don Atchison 106, and Gordon Wyant 226. So those were the poll numbers that we have. There are some people actually asking the same question, why it's taking so long here, whereas in Regina and in PA we have the numbers pretty much the final numbers and things like that. But we haven't been able to talk to anyone. Everyone seems very busy here trying to get the numbers. Maybe sometime later, question for maybe another day. But for now, that's what we have. Thanks, Lenore.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madhurja. We're just so appreciating you.
And again, these are advanced poll numbers and some of the polling stations which haven't been uploaded onto the website.
I'm going to go back to our number crunchers here. Randy, what do you got for numbers?
Well, it's coming together quite nicely, I think, for Cynthia Block. Depending on the polls, obviously that can seesaw, but we have her at 72-17 to 54-77 for Gord Wyant. But by the same token, it is interesting to see where that flip can happen depending on that poll result. Overall, I'm kind of seeing with 13 of 82 polls so far, it is becoming apparent, but never say never. I can appreciate Councillor Jeffrey's 5-vote deficiency and how that went, but this is looking good for Cynthia Block.
Yeah, I think so. Zach, you want to jump in here?
Well, if you think about the areas that are coming in, helpfully folks at City Hall reporting here are talking about not only the numbers, but where they're coming from. You're seeing the results once again from those more central areas, even think about Brevet Park School, a little more central, but certainly not downtown Riversdale or Newtana. And what you're seeing is Cynthia Block running up the numbers in those neighborhoods. And then we had something coming in from Lawson Heights. Very close numbers between
20 votes.
Gord Wyant and Cynthia Block. And like I said earlier, that's likely the story tonight, is a very evenly matched race in some of those further out areas, whether we're talking the Silver Springs and Silver Woods or Stonebridge and Arbor Creek. And then when you get down to the middle of Saskatoon, likely seeing candidate Block running those numbers up, and just in very round terms, quick back of the napkin math, looks to be about 43% to 33%, with Cynthia in the lead, Dawn Atchison around 15, and Carrie Tarasoff right around that 10 mark for results tonight.
It makes us think, you know, when you start to have more people in the race, and you have a cluster around that center, maybe center right, you start to see that center right starting to take
It takes a hit.
It takes a hit, right? And you start to see more of that. That's not unlike when Rob Norris went ahead and ran the last time, and you had Dawn Atchison there and Carrie Tarasoff as well. And if you started to total them up, you still had Charlie Clark on the popular side of this, on the 50% plus, but they came close if you added them all together as one candidate, not three. This is going to be really interesting as we see. You know, I do have a question out is, and maybe it's a question or a thought, and Randy, I'm going to put it to you, is like that thought around, you know, if you are able to, in certain one of your preferred areas, really to pull vote, you know, could that skew something? Could we have a surprise, Randy? And through to you, Zach, too, is like, could we all of a sudden see some of these kind of like suburbans there? And we see some results. Zach, go ahead. You can be the one.
No, not results, but, you know, as I guess an acclaimed candidate or any of the other candidates would be receiving emails here about information from the election office. And as of a minute ago, I did get a message saying, to all candidates, we're experiencing a delay in getting the advanced poll results uploaded. We anticipate our first push here in a couple of minutes. The remainder of the regular polls should be quicker. The drive-through votes and special polls are being fed through the tabulators, and they are waiting for the remainder of the mail-in ballots to be processed. Appreciating everyone's patience. I will eat my words from earlier saying that we wouldn't be until 10 p.m. to see results.
Well, you're 2 minutes shy of that.
As a member of council and as someone in the public eye, my words are often public record, and mess up, fess up. I didn't get that one right here tonight, but looking forward to seeing all the information soon.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I mean, it is what it is, right? This is what live shows are about. We're live. This is no different than that. Oh, Rashid, nice to see you online, because you went blank there for a minute. I think you've got some updates for us. Go for it.
Well, Lenore, we are still waiting for the results. So the last result Madhurja shared with you, so we're still waiting for more results to come. But everyone is eager to know what's going on, why the delay is happening. So lots of people are here waiting for the results.
Yeah, and as you heard from Zach Jeffries just now, the candidates were given a message to say, we can expect some results here, Rashid, in the next couple of minutes. So looking forward to that. So you might get all of a sudden a swamp of a whole bunch of stuff going on here. I want to go back to the studio here. Sylvia, I noticed you looking down a lot there, looking at some stuff. What's some thoughts you have on your mind? And then to James after.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I was thinking exactly the same as you before, Lenore, on the position of, you know, looking at center right versus, versus more to center left. And if I were to add up in just the last numbers that were given to us by Christina, so center right, you would be seeing 9,993. Versus 7,217. So that's really interesting. And so when I look at that and I think of that, and I'm looking more of, you know, there is a very strong position for both sides to say, you know, what's important to people? What are the social issues that are important to people? And then on the center right is, what is the fiscal responsibility side that are really important.
Sylvia.
I'm hoping that that will come through to whoever the mayor is and city council to say, this is not a divided city, but this is certainly on both sides. There are really important issues that people are looking to.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sylvia. We've got an update on screen that Christina is going to read out for us right now.
Well, I suspect that these are the advanced poll numbers that Zach was referring to as well, but the City Hall has posted some numbers online, and quite honestly, they're very similar to what we have posted, but even a little bit lower because we've added in some of the polling stations. But unofficial numbers coming from City Hall has Cynthia Block, again with the 7,835 votes. Gordon Wyant is second at 5,974. Dawn Atchison at 2,381. Carrie Tarasoff at 1,722. And Mike Harder at 112.
Okay, we're going through some of the numbers that we're getting from our phone. I know our colleagues here in the inside of the booth, they're going to go, oh boy, here they go. They're going off script because of what's going on screen, but we're going to do it anyways because we're on community stuff. Councillors in Ward 1, unofficially, Kevin Boychuk right now, 432. Catherine McDonald, 411. Darren Hill, incumbent, 328. Russell Nadden, 133. Dallas Burnett, 27. So we're starting to see some interesting things right at the early point. In the school board election, I'll just to say the top two for now so that we can rush ahead to the next wards. Tanya Napper, 366, and Jennifer Barrett at 255 in that. Ward 2, going quickly there with some unofficial results. Sino Stevens, at 240, Franklin Arthurs 156, John Bellevue 126, Kent Fraser at 101, Karen Kubison at 67. The claimed was claimed there in the public school board. Ward 3, looking at some unofficial results. Robert Pierce 832 to Mike San Miguel 655, and Devin Gregor at 85 votes. Ward 4, and I'm going to hand it over to Randy after for Ward 5 because I know you're following along. Ward 4, Troy Davies, no surprise here, pretty much out ahead, 789 to Courtney Sullivan at 274, and Nameen Shafkar at 216. Randy, you want to go to Ward 5?
Randy Donauer, 1307. Second is Kyla Kitzel at 637, and David Prokopchuk, 373. Tyler Knisny, pardon me, my own people, 215, and Nick Prytula, 160. We're jumping to Ward 6 then for councillor. Jasmine Parker, 897, and John Naylor, 507. Tony Bassett, 334. Terry Alm, 333, and Terry Hookness, 159. Ward 7, Holly Kelleher, 373. Jamie Kirkpatrick, 232. Justin Weens, 214. And Edward Agbay, 63.
We're going to throw it back here to Christina. She's going to take the rest from here.
Yep.
Where did you leave off?
You're on Ward 8 right now with Scott Ford leading.
Yeah, so we're still looking. These are considered unofficial numbers, folks, when we're looking at some of the numbers coming in from the wards. But in Ward 8, Scott Ford has a pretty substantial lead here. And again, we're not quite getting how many, where they are with the count, but Scott Ford with 748, Henry Chan with 503 votes, Melvina Rapko, and this is the one we were talking about, at 454, and Peggy Schmeiser with 404 votes, and Ron Mantika at 273, Darren Abry at 70 votes, Kevin Zaricki at 64, and then Prathamish Kale at 44 votes. So in Ward 8, Scott Ford with a pretty significant lead there. We'll just pop ahead to Ward 9 here, and I'll just wait for my technology to catch up. That's Bev Dubois' acclamation in Ward 10, of course, is our guest acclamation as well. Thoughts, Zach, before I throw it over to Zoom and get some input there?
Sure. I think what we're seeing right now, Christina, is broadly in line with what I would have expected to be happening when you look at some of the races for City Council. These really come down to folks not only having campaign literature that goes out, but really getting out on the doorsteps, connecting with people, and then running a good election day operation. A lot of people don't realize that when someone's come to your door, of course that candidate wants you to vote for them, but when you've said yes or when you've said maybe, that person has taken down your contact information, and they are going to push and make sure that you actually get out on election day to vote for that person.
That's right.
And folks often don't realize that that's a big part of the operation that folks run. But broadly speaking, you're seeing people who did more door knocking and did more campaigning.
I saw that too. In my ward, I don't know about other wards, but I can speak specifically to mine. I saw it. And not just with one or two candidates, I saw it quite efficiently too. So kind of interesting how some of these wards, they're out to get that victory.
Sure, and when you think about some of the issues we're facing in Saskatoon and what candidates are talking about, if you go through the individual wards and say, where are people on issues of affordability? Broadly speaking, people are saying, hey, we need to do what we can to make things more affordable. People are saying that we need to work on the homelessness issues that we're facing in the city, and then we need to look at safety and everything else. But broadly speaking, you're not having people saying that, I have one solution and one plan and other people with a very different one.
Exactly.
So sometimes if you're a voter and you've been paying attention to a provincial election up until recently, and then you have people saying maybe broadly similar things, who are you going to vote for? You're going to vote for the person that you trust to work hard for you, the person that you trust to tell you the truth, and that you think is going to broadly be aligned with you and where you fall on issues. But when those issues are so similar between candidates, it often comes down to those campaigns, who knocked the doors, who made the phone calls, and who actually made that voter contact.
And just as I had said earlier, the polls that have been reported by City Hall and that are on the website likely are the tallies that we've been showing you for the last little while, the advanced polls and maybe some of the polling stations. So I'm not exactly sure where things stand right now, but I do know that James Yachishin also has some input to share with us. Hopefully it's not about the delay, because no one seems to have any answers about that.
Well, I think one of the things that we see this year versus many other years is this year everybody had a voters list. And I think that certainly prepared many campaigns to take an element of seriousness to this. I would also suggest that I appreciate Mr. Jeffries being here, but I do think that there is a question overall as to some of the spending items at my city hall, and unfortunately there is a distillation of the points of that focus because of a split vote on occasion. But what I also would like to just draw some attention to, I think seeing the numbers that we are, I will also say, for technology and all of its beautiful aspects, this response time is a little wanting, to say the least.
It is
but
wonky.
I'm very impressed with Randy Dunhauer. Once again, I think it speaks to connecting with your constituents and being their representative. I also want to draw one attention to somebody that I have had the great opportunity to meet, and that would be Ward 5 public school board trustee candidate Jennifer Schneider. And I will say that I think she to be a rising star. She is incredibly intelligent, has the capacity, has managerial background and governance, and I think is certainly somebody that is apt to the task for our school board. So I think it's something that I wish to just put on everybody's radar, that this will be a candidate to pay attention to and watch as she moves forward.
Yeah, and I do want to go back to that whole issue about the delay in how the votes are being shared with the public. Sorry, Lenore. And I do think that that is a major concern. Well, maybe not as major as I'm thinking, but it is a bit of a concern, especially for people who want to know and aren't getting that information. Now, I'm told that we're going to City Hall, and we're going to find out some information there. Who do we have with us at City Hall?
Yes, so Rashid here. So I have 9 polls reporting out of 82. Cynthia Block leading with 7,835 votes. Gordon White 5,974. Don Etchison 2,381. Gary Tarasoff 1,722. And Mike Harder 112. So that's the latest update from City Hall.
And you'll notice that our numbers look a little bit different on screen here because I believe that we are adding on some of the polling stations. Is that right, Lenore?
Yes.
Yeah, that we were able to report even prior to them being posted on the website.
We got a little bit of an edge on what's going on at the City Hall, and that's thanks to you, Rashid and Madhurja, because you're giving us the edge by getting those poll chits, the receipts, and getting those paper ones, and we're able to add them in through our team here through Rogers, which is great. I want to go now into studio, if you don't mind. Shall we go back to Randy and Zach, or do you have something that you want to share here?
I'd be curious to hear from Sylvia and Patricia.
Sure.
Patricia Rowe, I'd like you to jump in if you're able to. And again, I know that we're not leaning on the delay and the numbers that are coming through, but are you surprised by anything at this point that you're seeing?
Do you want to go ahead, Patricia, and I'll come in after.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say that I'm a little surprised about Ward 1. That's an interesting one. And the other one is, I think, Ward 3.
What surprises you there?
In Ward 1, Kevin Boychuk. I heard him speak at an event, and that concerns me a bit. I'm going to say it. Maybe I shouldn't, but it concerns me. And I think Ward 3 is Pierce is in the lead. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and again, I just think they're ones to watch, and I'm a bit of concern there, I must say. So those are the two I've noticed. I think the other thing is, as far as I understand it, what they're showing now are the advanced polls.
That's correct. Yeah, that is correct.
And that's concerning to, I think, some of the candidates, because somebody may be quite a bit ahead, but we haven't really got any of the actual polls from today in. So I think people start to panic a bit, and a couple of people are saying that to me, and so I'm hoping they come in soon.
And considering that there's just 9 of 82 polls reporting, is there is quite a road to go, and as Randy and Zach have been very ably describing, there could be different configurations along the way, and different bumps in the road and such. Sylvia Martini, you were gonna jump in with something as well.
Yes, my nose is down here kind of doing some figuring. So what I was looking at was, at this point, we're looking at 18,024 votes. And when I did a bit of research, the registered voters for Saskatoon is 61,250. So if in fact that is correct, we've got about a 29% participation rate. And I don't know how that stands in history. I don't know if James can answer that, or if Councillor Jeffries can answer that. It's to me also looking at, we're seeing 4. I've looked so far, 4 councillors who have already been historically are back in again. So that gives us about a 40%. I think that's pretty good from a perspective of at least some history, some good history. If you include, you know, if in fact Cynthia does win, and she certainly looks like she's got some really good strong lead there, we're looking at about 5 out of 10. So I think, you know, to me, I was concerned about how many new faces were there going to be, and do we have enough bench strength there from the past? So I'm actually quite pleased with that. So, and then the calculation that I had, if you're looking at center right, it's 10,189 votes versus 7,835. So once again, for city council, there's going to be some really important discussions. I mean, on the issues. I think this shows some important issues that are on the table on both sides with accountability.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia.
So Lenore, we have more results.
Yeah, we've got some updated numbers that are on the screen right now that we want to go to. If you're looking at the mayoral race, you're seeing Cynthia Block at that 10,000 number there. Okay, and so I'm going to go to Ward 8. Though.
Yeah, go to Ward 8 because we're having just a minor technical difficulty with our display of the mayoral race.
Yeah, so Ward 8. Scott Ford in the lead with 944 votes. This is now with 20, I believe, 20 polls. Anyone want to correct me on that one? But I think that's
20. Yeah, we're at 20 polls. At least that's what the city is indicating.
Okay, so we're gonna go back and forth here. So 20 polls out of 82. Scott Ford at 944. Henry Chan at 664. Melvina Rapko at 593. Peggy Schmeiser at 495. Ron Mantika at 383, leaving the other three, Cherneskey, Abry, and Kale, with under 100 votes. All right, and the graphic for the mayoral is up to date on our screen there. Christine, you want to read that up?
Sure, absolutely. And then we'll take a look at Ward 7 as well. But for the mayoral race, Cynthia Block in the lead with 10,803. Gord Wyatt is in second at 7,906, followed by Don Atchison at 3,590, Carrie Tarasoff at 2,393, and Mike Harder at 181 votes. And now we also want to take a look at Ward 7 here, where we see a bit more of a lead now with Holly Kelleher at 756 votes, Justin Weens at 538, and Jamie Kirkpatrick at 418, Edward Abigai at 164.
Going over to Ward 6, and after Ward 6, I'm going to throw it to our fellows here that are on the floor for any commentary before we get to the next 5. Jasmine Parker is leading in Ward 6. We've got Jonathan Naylor that is next up at 680. Terry Alm, used to be a councillor, 503. Tony Bassett at 467, and Terry Hockness at 208. Zach and Randy, thoughts, what you're seeing so far?
Well, as I said earlier, I think that the results that are coming out both for mayor as well as those different council races that you've noted are broadly in line with what I would have expected. In those council races, you certainly had some people that were more active out on the doors, more active campaigning and speaking with potential voters, and others that are just less so. The fact is that if someone goes and does the work to get a brochure out, but they're not actively meeting with voters and having meaningful conversations and having a message that resonates, that's really the difference you're seeing between different candidates here. And when we look at some of those races like Ward 8, the folks that you're seeing in those top 3 spots are the candidates that were doing the most door knocking, are the candidates that were in some cases out earliest, meeting with voters, and were most active on the doorstep.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Christina, I want to throw it back to you for Ward 1. There's an interesting race going on there in Ward 1, and it is shifting in those top couple of spots there now. I want to make a comment on the numbers there.
Yeah, and again, we've got 20 out of 82, is that right? Mm-hmm. 82 polls showing. Catherine McDonald is leading now with 689 votes, followed by Kevin Boychuk with 637, and Darren Hill at 481 votes. Russell Nadden at 173 and Dallas Burnett at 38. So you're right, there is quite a shift between Catherine McDonald and Kevin Boychuk. Interesting ward to follow.
Yeah, it is. Randy, being that you do a lot of work and have the Riversdale bid in Ward 2, what are you seeing over there?
Well, we have been following very closely, starting with Jean Beliveau, who probably was out of the chute about a year ago, working very hard with many visits to the door once, twice, if not three times. And Sinos Timon, I believe, ran for the NDP nomination in Saskatoon Centre and lost that. So seeing him come back, obviously well experienced in the neighbourhood and in that ward and district.
Yeah, and so you see Sinos is in the lead there at 629, Jean Bellevue at 429, Franklin Arthurs at 327, Fraser Kent at 209, Karen Cobison at 160, and Joanna Horn at 104. Christina, back to you for the next.
Yeah, Ward 3, we're seeing another bit of a tight race here, again with 20 of 82 polls reporting. Robert Pierce is in the lead. This is Ward 3. Robert Pierce is in the lead with 988 votes. Mike San Miguel at 893 and Devin Gregoire at 96. So we're just refreshing our page and we're not seeing a change yet in terms of polls reporting. So we've just got the 20 that we're looking at right now. And if we go to Ward 4 and take a look there, Troy Davies with a very significant lead of 1782 over Courtney Salakin's 686. And again, with the mayoral race, Lenore, do you want to do a quick update with that? I think we have the same numbers on screen as we do online. Yeah.
That's correct. We don't have any change there yet. 20 out of 82 polls that are there. So we're waiting for the next batch of results, literally. Rashid is just taking a little bit of a break at City Hall, and he'll be right back. And I know we're going to be losing Zach here at some point in that. So I want to throw it back to you, Zach. What are you noticing now?
Well, like I said, when you look at those individual races, we're seeing the results of campaign efforts that folks have put in. And you know, when I had the honor to first be elected, what seems like yesterday, but also a long time ago, it was 12 years now, I will note that I had zero gray hair back when I was 26 and elected to council, and I cannot
I don't
say
see any
that.
Gray hair. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
you need to come look at my beard. This thing is gray patchy city now. But you know, in that election, I was on thousands of doors. Not only that, I think we were on our fifth or sixth flyer drop. We had made over 5,000 phone calls to folks in the area with phone banking. And when you add all of that effort up, it just got us over the line up against a long-term incumbent. So when you see these other races, you know, I chat with folks all around Saskatoon, and folks will say, hey, I've been seeing and talking to folks coming to my door. Like I said, in Ward 8, the candidates that you're seeing in the first three spots are the ones that, to the best of my knowledge and what I've been hearing, are the ones who are most active on the doorstep. What you're seeing in Ward 2, for example, you know, Sinos Timon, you can see the lawn signs, but you also see the level of organization that he's had with not only flyer dropping, but hitting doors.
Yeah.
And he's got a really big team. And when it comes down to it, like I said, sometimes those issues are not as polarizing as candidates or pundits would like to tell you that they are. And it comes down to folks who are showing up, who are doing the work, and showing that they're ready to be an energetic and engaged member of City Council.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for that. Just want to make a little announcement, because they were looking at municipalities from across Saskatchewan. Yorkton, Mitch Hipsley has been re-elected. So he was a photographer, really involved in the community, got in last time and in again and re-elected. So congrats out to him. Christina, back to you.
We're just looking at more results that are slow but sure coming in. I want to throw it over to our Zoom guests here and just find out from James Yachishin the thoughts as you start to kind of go through all the different numbers so far, from school boards to different wards to mayoral. James, anything jumping out at you at this point?
Well, the one thing that is, I'm curious what kind of a council we're going to have. Because I think this potentially could be a divided council as well. And I would be interested to see. I appreciate that at this moment we have some stability in councillors that have been there for a period of time. But I'm curious to how then the importance to fiscal responsibility and expenditures becomes front and center to many residents. So I'm interested to see what the first few votes will be like. I will also wanted to point one other issue. I noticed that in wards 2, 3, and 4, that the school board representatives are being acclaimed as well. And I know...
yeah, thanks for pointing that out, because it's difficult for us to access those numbers as quick as you can. I see that you've got a few monitors up there, so thank you. And I was noticing, too, some acclamations.
Yeah, in Ward 2, Ward 3, and Ward 4, all of the public school board representatives were acclimated. I also did want to just, I had a quick chance to look at the Catholic school board. I see Diane Boyko, once again, is leading that charge, and so is somebody else, that a name that we're familiar with Mr. Fertowski. And so I think we should probably all take a look at what's kind of happening on the Catholic side of things as well. But there are, for people who wish to engage and have a voice, there certainly is more than enough opportunity to kind of start off in the school board realm, if you will, and dip your feet in trying to connect and represent your city and your community. And I think that that's something often people, maybe see the thing that's more in the paper or paper. I'm dating myself. More in social media, and than anything else, and the attention of the day, as opposed to some of the maybe just hard work that is done in your community, connecting with other parents and other neighbors. So I just wanted to kind of throw out that PSA if I can. So
no, it's a good PSA, and it's good that you remind people of that as well, about especially how you can get a start in politics. But something interesting, Patricia Rowe, that James had mentioned about the concern of maybe, and again, the numbers are still, they're still young, even though the night is not young. But could we see a different kind of flavor to City Council this year, and even perhaps be looking at a bit more divisiveness?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, it's such a, there's so many new people on council, and I remember when I was on council first time, it was similar. There was a complete turnover almost. And so it brings a new dynamic. I think it's going to be very interesting for Cynthia if she ends up being the mayor. She's worked with a group of people for a long time, and that switch is there. And I think this could be a much more, I'm not going to say a divided council, but there could certainly be a lot more, I don't know what I'm trying to say with being diplomatic. I think there could be some shifts on council and the positions that people hold. So I don't know. I'm really curious what this is going to be like.
Well,
but for her, if she is the mayor, I think it's going to be really challenging.
So we've got some fresh numbers that have come in, and I'll tell you guys, Ward 1 is the one to watch.
We're going to go there. Kevin Boychuk now in the lead at 954. Catherine McDonald coming in at 930. Darren Hill, 689. Russell Naden at 240. And Dallas Burnett at 67 votes. So, holy crow, that is a tight race over there. When we go back to the mayoral, Christina, you want to read out what we got for that now?
Yeah, let's... I'll just take a look at these numbers here on the laptop. So we've got 30 polls reporting out of the 82. So 30 polls now reporting. And we've got Cynthia Block with the lead at 13,743. Gordon Wyant is 9,438. Don Atchison with 4,550. Kerry Tarasoff, 2,989. And Mike Harder with 251 votes. So it would appear these last 10 polls that have reported, we've seen a pretty substantial jump for Cynthia Block. However, it's difficult to say, what's going to happen with the next 50 polls, because that, seriously, that's what we're waiting on, are those.
I want to go here for a minute. I'm going to call a couple. I don't think we can say that somebody's going to come up and creep over Troy Davies. So I think we can say Ward 4, congrats to Troy Davies.
Oh, you and your early predictions.
I know, hey, but we're going to go for it because I think the numbers speak for themselves, and I think we've got a few number crunchers here with us that are in studio that are giving their nods to.
I mean, it's
Troy Davies is 2002 to
773.
Yeah, I just don't see that.
Like
going
they ran out
off.
of room on the screen.
Yeah, and then if you take a look at Randy Downhour, if you go next to Randy Downhour, likewise. You want to go there?
Which ward?
To Ward 5.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there you go. And if you go to Ward 5, Randy Downhour, 1,688 to...
Oh, Kyla Kutzel's 837. There we go.
So they're doubling, right? So when you start to see doubling of that, you can pretty much say, congratulations, Randy Downhour. So Zach, you're going to have a couple of your old colleagues back with you. You've got yourself and Bev Dubois, and now we know probably most likely, I'm going to say 98% assurance that Randy Downhour and Troy Davies will be, as incumbents, joining you back. Now, this is where it gets interesting before I have you make a comment on this. Go to Ward 6.
Yes.
Ward 6, we're seeing a very similar trend, but this is not with an incumbent, but somebody who's been on a community association for 4 years. Jasmine Parker, 1,604 votes to 838. Terry Alm coming in at 661, Tony Bassett at 644, and Terry Hockney's at 312. I could say probably at least 90% assured. Jasmine Parker, you're probably going to take Ward 6. I'm going to throw it to you, Zach. What are you seeing here?
Well, I think when it comes to the different races that you've called, I would broadly agree with you on that. I didn't have any question in my mind based on the performance of members of council, the polls that I had seen, and just the campaigns that were being run about Councillor Davies or about Councillor Downhour being returned to council. And the fact is that there will be certainly value to having people who have been around for a number of years. Councillor Downhour was first elected in a by-election in November of 2010 to replace Gord Wyant, in fact, who ran provincially that year. Troy Davies was elected in October of 2012 at the same time I was. And Councillor Dubois now will be at, I believe, the 17-year mark in terms of her time on council, both in the early 2000s and now for the last 2 terms. So a lot of experience returning to council. When it comes to Ward 6, the campaign that you saw from Jasmine Parker, in my estimation, certainly was well done. You can talk about sign locations, but you can also talk about the fact that when her folks were on the door, they were really paying attention to the issues that people wanted to talk about. I also understood that they had a good operation when it came to a database and data and voter contact information. And those things people might not realize are a little more important than just putting a brochure in a mailbox and hoping for things to turn out on election day. So none of these are a surprise so far based on wards 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Christina.
Where did we leave off in terms of our Zoom guests here? Sylvia Martini, let's bring you in here while we have a quick respite from the poll numbers. I know we're gonna get a few more coming up very shortly. It's above all, it's been interesting conversation in terms of how we've been inching forward step by step. But do any of these numbers surprise you at all, especially with the newcomers, like, for example, Ward 6?
I'm not familiar. Thank you, Christina. I'm not familiar with Jasmine Parker. We had some of our properties in Ward 6, so I certainly know Jonathan and I know Terry Alm. But, I think getting back to Councillor Jeffrey's comment, I do believe that, it is the quality of of the campaign that is critically important. What I wanted just to take a moment and what James, so aptly made note before on the concern from the fiscal oversight. And when I look at the list and certainly knowing that there could be some changes still, we're still not even halfway there yet. But there are a number of people, there are about 5 that I have either worked with or I know of their backgrounds and their business savvy. So I would say that if this stays the way it is, 5 out of the 10 to me give me confidence that there is going to be really good oversight. And, Patricia, from your perspective as well, when Patricia was mentioning, overall about a divided council possibly on issues, I'm so open to really good, robust discussions. And if a council is not looking at the same issue in the same way, hallelujah. Let's look out for the best outcome in making sure, and that's where the mayor comes in. And Cynthia, to Patricia's point, Cynthia will have a very important role, and she's going to have to really brush up on her chairmanship, her chairing duties there, because she's going to have to try to get the best out of everyone.
Thanks, Sylvia. I want to just take things as we continue our live broadcast here on election night. I want to take things back to City Hall, and we have Rashid joining us from City Hall. I don't have an image of him just yet, but we've got one of the candidates who is that correct, Rashid? We have one of the candidates from Ward 6, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. There are many candidates who are coming, by checking their numbers online. So we do have Jasmine here from Ward 6. So we are just waiting for her to come near to the camera. But there are many candidates who already left too. So it's some people are coming to the City Hall and some people are leaving. So I will wait for, I think, in terms of the voting results, so the results are coming, but we are still waiting for full result. And I would say I can get back one of the candidate to the camera soon. So over to you, Lenore. You can continue, and we will be coming back online again.
Okay. You hooked us in there. We thought you had her already. So there you go. We'll be waiting for that. Thank you so much for that, Christina. We are in the midst of waiting for the next wave of poll results.
Yeah.
Sylvia and Patricia, I really appreciate what you've shared. Just thank you so much for hanging in here. It's getting late.
This is like the provincial election.
Oh, but this reminds me, Rashid, Christina, Patricia was online at that time. We were up past midnight.
Yeah.
And we were going strong. And guess what it came down? It came down to Ward 1. And we were waiting for those results.
Yeah.
Every other station had closed down, and we hung in there till the end. We promise we'll try to do the same here, if we're allowed in the studio. But on YouTube and that, we will do our best to stay online as long as we need to be able to give that confidence of what's going on here. I want to go to James next, because I know, James,
yes.
I think we haven't gone to you in a while. James, some thoughts and some updates.
Basically, I'm just curious to where these results are coming from. I
agree.
Think, unfortunately, with the system that it is, I have no sensibility as to where these results are kind of coming from. And so the reason I ask is because, I would suggest that it is possibly still a little too early to call for Cynthia's victory yet, because I would tend to think that Gord still does have a margin of opportunity on the areas outside of Circle Drive. So if that is the area that still hasn't been reporting yet, I tend to think that that is where we should pay attention. And that's why I would say that at this moment, I'm left wanting with this process. So anyways, I think it'll be another discussion for another day. But I would like to have a little bit better of an input as to where some of these results.
I agree. Yeah, I totally agree with that, because we don't know. We honestly don't know what's being counted and where, and so this is why it's. I'm genuinely, wondering what the holdup is. Anyway, Lenore, you wanted to jump in.
Well, we've got Rashid now with one of the candidates from Ward 6. Rashid, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have Jasmine Parker from Ward 6, and we will be asking her, because she's leading almost double from other candidates. So Jasmine, thank you so much for joining, and tell us about your campaign and how you're feeling so far with the results and numbers.
Yeah, thanks very much for chatting with me. We're feeling good. We're feeling pretty successful. Just very overwhelmed and humbled by the amount of people that have come out and supported a really positive, forward, kind of future-focused campaign. And I'm just so appreciative of the people of Ward 6. And this is the community I love, and I'm just grateful that they've shown us some love back.
And you have been on the doors knocking, so what you are hearing from most of the people in your ward?
Yeah, sure. People want to see us to take care of our communities. They want to see us take care of our neighbors. We're dealing with a lot of crisis as far as homelessness and affordable housing. And those two things are interrelated, and they're really important things that the city needs to work on, but the city needs to work with every level of government on, for sure. And I'm just happy to hopefully be able to make some forward progress and some positive movement in those things. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Jasmine, for joining us and be participating in our Rogers TV transmission. So over to you, Lenore.
Yeah, thank you so much. And just for folks to know, Jasmine has got some confidence for these numbers. You'll have seen them scroll on the screen. Jasmine Parker coming in at 1,604 votes with 30 out of 82 polls. Jonathan Naylor at 832. Terry Ohm at 661, Tony Bassett at 644, and Terry Hockness at 312. And so there's some pretty good confidence there. I want to go to the public school board since we're there. Christina, you okay with that?
You go ahead.
Okay,
yep.
Sure. So Kirk Jones at 845, Kath Stevenson at 720, Leah Story-Gamble at 638, Doug Porches at 571, and Gretchen Peterson at 431. We might see some change there yet, depending on which polls are yet to come in terms of that. So we'll see. So I want to throw this back. I see, Randy, you've been doing some numbers there. So I'm going to throw it to you in studio, Randy and Zach. Commentary from both of you, starting with you, Randy. What are you seeing right now?
Following Ward 2, and not really a surprise in that sense. Nice to see that there was a good field to choose from. On the public school board side, seeing Vernon Linklater, I do recall.
We've got an update. Christina, I'm going to throw it to you. Sorry for that, Randy.
No,
but
I like it.
These are the times when these updates are worth interjecting. Christina, you want to give us the rundown of what you're learning so far?
Yeah, I'm just doing a quick refresh here, and we can take a look right here. So the updates, and just to give you guys a cautionary note, our numbers on the screen won't match these yet because we'll just quickly update them for you. But taking a look, we've got 40 polls that are reporting, 41 polls reporting out of the 82. Cynthia Block with 16,609. Gordon Wyant with 11,171. Don Atchison with 5,859. Carrie Tarasoff with 3,739. And Mike Harder with 338 votes. So again, Cynthia Block with a pretty significant lead, 5,000-ish votes with 41 polls out of 82 polls reporting.
Okay, here's the one that we're watching.
Ward
1. Catherine McDonald, 1,287 votes. Kevin Boychuk, 1,077 votes. Darren Hill, 888. Russell Nadden at 280, and Dallas Burnett at 81 votes. That is going to be one to watch, because who knows what's going to come in. And these numbers are now changing pretty darn quick in terms of that. I'm going to throw it back. Zach, what are you seeing for results?
Well, I mean, we're seeing the mayor's race. In fact, as more polls are coming in, we're seeing the gap increase for candidate Block. Cynthia Block is now at about 44%, and you're seeing Gord Wyant at about 30%.
Yeah.
That was about 44-33 earlier, and I know James is wondering where things are coming in from, but the fact is that we saw earlier those advanced polls from the further out areas was fairly evenly matched. And then, as I said, you're going to see those numbers coming in from the more central parts of Saskatoon, inside Circle Drive, with Cynthia Block running the numbers up. I would have no hesitation saying that Cynthia Block is going to be the next mayor of Saskatoon.
There you go. You're calling it, Zach.
It's contagious.
And I say that based on what not only we've seen come in, but I know that there weren't polling numbers that were available publicly, but this all aligns with the numbers that I've seen privately. And so this is not, I think, a big surprise to those people who might have seen some of that information. And broadly speaking, right across Saskatoon, the numbers that we're seeing here today in the different wards are very similar to some of the information that I know some of the different campaigns, in fact, have seen as well.
I just want to interject here before we throw it to Randy. Sandra Masters is planning to concede the election.
Oh, she is?
It's more
in
or less
Regina.
done
Yeah,
in Regina. Chad Baczynski, 14,807 votes. Laura Briskania, pronunciation, my apologies, 11,849. Sandra Masters, 11,092 votes. Bill Pratt, 5,858.
Wow.
So she's getting ready to concede on that. So again, we're seeing some shifts here going on. So we've got a new Prince Albert mayor, we've got a new Regina mayor, got a new Moose Jaw mayor, and we're going to have a new Saskatoon mayor, and probably Saskatoon's first female mayor.
James Yachishин, you wanted to say?
Yeah, Ward 3, I think it's a barn burner. What we had this morning, at this moment, was 40 of the 92 with Robert Pierce at 2018 and Mike San Miguel with 1940. So once again, that's a tight race. And Gregoire Dew, I think he's at 220. So once again, it certainly is a two-person race there, and it's tight. It's close.
Well, I'm going to throw it to Randy, because now, Randy, you've been following that one a bit. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, if I learned anything and been around people like yourselves, your vote as a councillor is not limited to your geographic boundary. So the fact that you may want a soccer stadium or you may want a science school in your ward is very nice, but you're also voting on the larger picture as a councillor for the city of Saskatoon, not Ward 6 or 3 or 2. So it was no surprise, I guess, given the hot potato of homeless shelters and the peculiar way that some of it materialized, lots of finger pointing, but to our dismay, a lot of this work started back in February and March of this year to make sure that we had something in place for the cold weather months that started a couple of weeks ago. It's important not to just be a one-issue candidate, and going forward at the council chambers, you're voting on many issues, not just shelters or whatever it might be in your particular ward. We've seen that over and over in Ward 2, and it's interesting that Franklin Arthur's brochures started off with saying that Ward 2 shouldn't have any more shelters and not become a dumping ground like it has habitually been with the overconcentration of service providers in that particular neighborhood. So we're looking forward to seeing how that plays out and how this new council will work with the Tribal Council and the FSIN and moving some things forward along those lines to make sure that there's some cohesion and inclusion but by the same token, not an overburden on one particular area of the city.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Christina.
Yeah, that's some really good points, Randy, about that particular ward, but also not limited to other regions of Saskatoon as well. I think city councillors are going to have to be looking at things with a different set of eyes, for sure. There can't be repetition, and I'm saying this out loud, even for the well-seasoned ears, that there are significant changes that are occurring within the city of Saskatoon, and you hear it just from average people saying homelessness seems to always be at the top of the list. So I'll find it interesting when we find out who all the councillors are, what the game plan will start to emerge. Once council sits down together for the first time.
I think the services that are being provided by council, many of us grew up playing hockey, football and fastball, softball, but a lot of people moving to the city now, cricket is maybe a number one sport, or soccer. I've never played cricket, but I can see the demand is there.
Yeah.
And in terms of the soccer situation, if you will, with Prairie Land, just hearing the numbers of registered soccer players in Saskatoon is astounding.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some of the kids next where I live have taken over the field, the park by our place, and turned it into a cricket. Is it a stadium?
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
I watched it all summer long and really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
We're still at 41 polls reporting out of the 82. 41 polls reporting. So we're anticipating another nudge here in terms of numbers, hopefully sooner as opposed to later. But Lenore, you want to leap in. I could tell because she always waves her pen at me that you want to leap in with something.
Well, it's not so much a leap as to kind of pick up on what James was saying in Ward 3. Zach, you and I, just before we were going live here, we were talking about that one. And San Miguel, as somebody who's run before, who has a presence in that, so he's got some of that long game, in terms of a public profile and having nudged in different areas, particularly at the neighborhood level. Then you have Robert Pierce that comes in, and he's nudged in a current form, and particularly around, as you said, Randy, around one issue, around the homeless shelter. So it's going to be interesting which of those two comes into be, because Patricia Rowe, I'm going to throw it to you, because I know that's the one that you were saying you were concerned about, because there's very different perspectives depending on which one of those two folks gets in, with one who's a preacher who's been saying, I don't want to see a shelter here, and then the other who's, pretty much a community fellow, who's saying, hey, I'm all about the well-being in community. So very different perspectives. So depending on the outline there, it'll be good. And then again, Patricia, your thoughts on Ward 1, because I know you had some perspective there in terms of who those two front runners in, and don't count Darren out, because we don't have all those polls yet. So there could be some surprises there yet too. Patricia, over to you.
I really believe too, as I think Sylvia was saying, good discussion. If everybody agrees, you get nowhere, in my opinion. You need a diversity of opinions and perspectives. And then Cynthia takes maybe that leadership role in getting people to work together and so on. Each person has one vote, including the mayor. But I think there's been a lot of talk by some of the candidates saying we got to get back to basics. It's got to just be about, the core services and so on. But our city's getting too big. It's more than that. We've got, I think the number is 800 now, people who are homeless, and affordable housing is certainly an issue too. Those things are going to have to be addressed, and I think that's where they may get into some really good discussion. And so I think it's going to be a very interesting council. Can I just say one other thing while we're here?
Yes, please.
I just want to say, Don Atchison was mayor for a long time and on council when I was on council with him. And, I think Atch isn't going to win this election, but, he loves this city. He's done a lot to move the city forward. And I give him and Mardell, kudos for running again and continuing to take an interest. That's a hard thing to do. And I give him props for that. But anyway, it's going to be an interesting council. I can hardly wait.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to just give a rundown of the Catholic School Board while we've got a little bit of time here.
Yeah.
So based on the polls that we have, there's some interesting things here. Diane Boyko, no surprise, getting the top list here.
Diane Boyko, yes.
Okay, but here's another one. Here's another name that may be familiar. He's run a couple times since he was on council with me, and now here he is, back number 2 listed on the Catholic School Board, Owen Fertosky. City councillor, somebody who, teacher, principal, devoted to the core. Randy, go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say his brother Tom was on the school board as well.
That's right. So the brothers are flipping back and forth on the Catholic School Board. Keep going here, Christina.
Well, and just before we go on, are you able to explain the difference between the Catholic School Board votes and the public school board votes?
Oh, this is a good one. I mean, the Catholic School Board, which has its own legislation, its own systems, goes by a list. And they take the top, I think it's the top 10.
Is it the top 10?
Yeah.
Does anybody know that off?
7.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's right, 7.
Okay. So
I knew thank you.
So, and with the public school board, they're elected ward by ward.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a public school representative. But if you voted for the Catholic School Board, you got the list of all of the candidates. Yeah. So now we can go back and take a look. We'll just take a look at the top 7 here, because there are quite a few that were running. As Lenore was saying, Diane Boyko with a lead at 5,142. And I can't remember how many years Diane... 17. That Diane has been the chair of the Catholic School Board in Saskatoon. Owen Fertosky is following at second at 3,962. Ron Beckler with 2,831. Sharon Zakreski-Werbicki is in 4th place at 2,728. Tim Jelinski follows with 2,579. And I think 2, 4, 6, 7. Then the 7th one is Kate, is it Day?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. With 2,241. So those are the 2, 4, 6, one more. Michelle Christopher, 2,093. Those are the top 7 of the Catholic School Board trustees.
There we go.
So far.
And we may see some change in that.
We may,
but you know, we know those top 3 are pretty much locked in. Probably the top 4, probably the top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Might be a little bit of a shift back down in that, but because you've got some of the ones that are following there, Kim Hofford and Annette Miro at 1,974 and 1,910. So let's take a watch on those ones. I want to know who wants to go next. Zach, I feel like you got something you need to say.
You're handing a microphone to a politician.
Well, hey,
so
this is good.
Well, that's okay. We're good with that this time.
Okay, and you know what? Most people who maybe don't watch City Council don't know that we have time limits in that chamber. So no time limits here, to the best of my knowledge. But like I said, you know, we're seeing these results certainly come in more slowly than I expected them to be, and than have been coming in previous elections. And I know that both returning members of council and new members of council are going to be asking some important questions about why that is. I know it sounds to me like there are some technical issues that are taking place, but certainly know that for everyone who wants to know whether they won a race or not, you know, this is something where they'd love results earlier. You know, I will say, of course, that the majority of folks in Saskatoon are probably not like us. They're not sitting up late waiting for election results. Even if they had been in early, folks on the drive to work in the morning might be saying seeing at that time who won and not staying up late. So it sounds to me like we might have more results.
We
or something
do.
Interesting.
We have some updated results. We can say with the mayoral race, we've got 52 out of 82 polls. I'm going to do this, and then, Christina, I'm going to give you Ward 1. So get ready. Cynthia Block, 19,876 votes. Gord Wyatt, 13,638. Don Atchison, 6,897. Kerry Tarasoff, 4,393. Mike Harder at 397. All right, let's go to that Ward 1. Now that we have more of a majority of the polls in now at 52 out of 82. So if you're playing the odds game here, you can start to play some odds here. You could wager a little bit of bets, but I'm not going to tell you to do that because we can't do that.
Okay, so taking a look at Ward 1, Catherine McDonald still remains in her lead with 1,415 votes, followed by Kevin Boychuk with 1,304 votes, Darren Hill with 1,065 votes, and Russell Nadine at 343 votes, and Dallas Burnett at a distant last place with 105 votes. If we go over to Ward 2 and take a look at what's happening there, Sinos Timon with 1,476 votes, Jean Beliveau at 1,144 votes, Franklin Arthurs 836, Karen Cobeson 488, Fraser Kent at 463, and Jana Horn at 266.
All right, going over to Ward 3 here.
Oh boy.
Robert Pierce, 2,018 votes to Mike San Miguel at 1,940. That's a squeaker. James, you're right. We knew that was coming, and it's holding true. What do we got in Ward 4?
Let's take a look and see what the numbers are showing us for there. Troy Davies with just a commanding lead now at 2,946 votes to Courtney Salikins, 1,167.
Likewise for Ward 5 with Randy Downhauer. We've called him. We've called on Troy Davies and said congratulations to both of those incumbents. Okay, Ward 6 where you are.
Yeah, Ward 6.
Drum roll for you.
Yeah, at Jasmine Parker at 2,568. She's really moved forward in this. Jonathan Naylor's 1,381 votes. Tony Bassett has 1,045 votes, and Terry Alm with 1,013 votes. Terry Hawkness is at 488 votes. That was an interesting campaign there in Ward 6 for sure.
Okay, Ward 7, we've got Holly Kelleher, who's still holding 1,383 votes with Justin Weens, 1,073. Again, we don't know the polls where they are. So this is a little bit of a challenge because I wish we did. Jamie Kirkpatrick at 710 votes and Edward Agbe at 338. What are we doing? An 8 for 8 here.
Yeah, 8
it's
for 8.
Ward.
Yeah. Scott Ford has 982 votes in Ward 8. Scott Ford. Henry Chan at 701 votes. Melvina Rapko at 636 votes. Peggy Schmeiser, 524. Ron Mantika, 393, Darren Aubrey, 97, Kevin Zaricki, 94, and Prath Kale with 70.
Okay,
71
and news
votes.
breaking. News. This is so news breaking. There's 2 incumbents that got him blamed. That's what we had. Bev Dubois and Zach Jeffries, who's here in the studio with us. Gotta have some fun. But I mean, how nice for the both of you. I have to say this. You're not biting your nails right now like I do. You know, looking at these darn results, if you're in Ward 1 and Ward 3 right now, oh my goodness, those are tight. Anything you want to comment there?
Well, when I had the honor to first be elected in 2012, I won that race by 177 votes, so that was close. But when we look at some of the closest races here tonight, it is interesting that we have a couple of candidates in the mix that are they're no strangers to close races. In Ward 1, of course, Councillor Darren Hill, I believe won by 56 votes in the last election.
Just under 60, yeah.
So it was a very close race there. But if you go way back to the 2012 election, if my memory is serving correctly, when Annie Wanchuk was reelected that year, she of course joined council upon the passing of Mo Nault in 2011.
Right.
Her reelection campaign in 2012, she defeated Mike San Miguel by 28 votes, if my memory serves. So
does it ever serve you?
28 or 34, somewhere in there.
Both Darren Hill and Mike San Miguel, no strangers to close races, and we're seeing those involved in some here tonight.
Okay, I got another news break here. There's another race to watch. So this is an interesting one. Where Ward 9 is, Bev Dubois. Okay, so Sometimes the turnout is a little bit less when you don't have a councillor that's running there. So we just have to note that. But Robin Bellamy, 757
You're
votes.
talking about the public school.
Public school board.
Yeah.
Kevin Schmidt, 756.
Say those numbers again, please.
One number apart from each other.
geez.
757 to 756 for Robin Bellamy, who's a long-time trustee over Kevin Schmidt, and then Nadine Zettel is coming in at 563. So that is an interesting. I want to go to Ward 10 because I can't remember. Zach, was there anyone or was it acclaimed?
That is
I think it was
acclaimed.
acclaimed. You're a completely acclaimed one. So we're going to have to, it'll be very interesting to see how many people came out in your ward for the mayoral race.
Let's do a quick around the table here with our Zoom guests with these latest numbers. Sylvia, because you're on screen already, I will defer to you now that we're sort of past the halfway mark as well. Where's your thoughts at this point?
Oh, you know what? It's very interesting because I'm kind of playing volleyball with myself here. But it's very interesting. So a couple of things that I see. I'm not surprised where the race is falling from the mayoral side. I do know that, if you kind of pull the numbers together, if you were to put Dawn's numbers with Gord Wyant's numbers, you would have a really, really tight race against Cynthia. It looks like Cynthia might be taking this one, I believe. The other thing that's really fascinating to me, because I always look at the dynamics around a table, and if Cynthia does in fact become the elected mayor, we will have 5 female representatives and 5 males. And what I find in discussions is we see things differently. We just process differently, and it makes for, I think, much more enriched conversations that take place. So I'm actually very pleased to see that. The other thing that I was looking at, and I'm not sure if many of the listeners and watchers of your program, are aware of this, but that how the councillors actually sit on a number of boards. And these are community boards and boards that are, obtain funding through the city of Saskatoon, but also contribute to the quality of the discussion and the information in the decision making. So we have this, the Economic Development Agency, Saskatoon Region and Economic Development Authority, the Discover Saskatoon Agency, the Chambers, NSBA, the Business Improvement Districts, and that's on the economic development side, on the city side, and the issue side. So there is this really rich fabric that that really supports the information in which councillors also garner part of their decision making. So I just want to share that because to me this is very exciting, and we think sometimes we're voting them in and they're sitting there and they're making their decisions based on the information in front of them, but oftentimes there's this really robust body of professionals that are working to create the success that we see in Saskatoon.
Thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate that insight. Especially where we're at this point in the voting count, at least in the discovery, to see where people stand. So I want to, we're going to just take a break from our Zoom guests for a moment and go to City Hall. And Rashid is standing by. Rashid, how are things there? It looks pretty active behind you at City Hall.
Yeah, things are going well. People are coming from the candidate supporter, like who are winning or who are close to win, and they are almost like some of the people are already celebrating the win. But there are still number left, so mayor campaign is going close, and hopefully we will be getting result. But it's on and off, like sometimes people come and some people are leaving as well because they are watching the result. But otherwise, I think we have received 52 polls out of 82. So we're still waiting for 30 more polls. And yeah, like whenever we will get any candidate here at City Hall, we will definitely take them online and sharing their views.
Yeah, thanks for the update. Are you talking to any of the people that are there, Rashid, in terms of, I know we mentioned this before, but the impatience for the numbers to come through, or what's the general feel for people who have gathered in Saskatoon City Hall?
Yeah, so there are supporters from many candidates, especially from the mayoral candidate, and they are excited and looking forward for the numbers. But there is anxiety because the numbers are coming slow, so they are waiting for the result and the final result so that they will celebrate together. So there are many people from Cynthia Block campaign and also from Godwine. I can see that in the City Hall, and there are more people coming on the way as well.
But clearly, neither of those candidates have shown up at City Hall yet, right?
Yeah, like we haven't seen any mayoral candidates so far at City Hall.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Well, we'll keep you there, and thank you for updating us. It's appreciated as we inch our way slowly to some final results. I want to go back, Lenore, if that's okay, back to our Zoom meetings, because we were just talking to Sylvia Martini, and I want to hear from James Yachishin now. Just to see, I don't know if you've got a feel for the social media or anything like that, James, as well. But where we're at this point with the count.
Well, once again, I think we tend to. I apologize if things are binging in the background, but that's there's no doubt about
you're good.
The touch are going wild right now. So, but yeah, it's a very, very tight race here in Ward 3. And it's frustrating because the results are coming as slow as they are, and so I appreciate it. It's part of the process, and it's adds to the excitement. I guess it is kind of the Super Bowl, and we're into the fourth quarter, and one of the teams is marching down the field, but it is inclement weather, and I think there might have been a fumble, so now it's video review right now. So, but no, it's just a situation that I would have liked to have had a little bit more clarity as to what are some of the challenges that are coming from the elected or elections officials. But yeah, it's a nail biter here in Ward 3, and I think this will be something that will go on for a little while yet.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on those tight races. But now, Zach, I want to be a fly on the wall at City Hall, where they're counting or wherever they're counting the ballots. Because it feels as though there's still something holding things up.
So, Christina, I'm curious. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like 2016 in the Alberta election. And I think that I'm curious if there's technical problems.
Well,
that's what I'd like to know.
But we don't dare make that assumption, but that's why I want to be a fly on the wall. But does this feel a little bit off to you, Zach, as well? Or are you getting any updates at all from your contacts?
Well, like I said, this is not typically how long results take. By this point, we typically have had everything report in terms of the final results or the final unofficial results to the city website. For those candidates and those teams who were out there at the individual polling locations, getting those printouts, my guess is that we've actually got some members of council that know whether, or some candidates rather, that know whether they won or lost. If I'm thinking about the last election, I was honored to have a great team of people where we had a scrutineer at every one of the polling locations in Ward 10, as well as someone grabbing the final vote tally receipt for the advance polls. So we knew before anyone else, not only the results of Ward 10, but many other areas seeing the advance polls. Not all teams send those scrutineers out. So my guess is that we've got people who already have that information in hand, but there is a process to actually get those from the information cards and the USB sticks or whatever they happen to be in those those vote tabulators and then plugging those into the system. And from what I'm seeing and hearing, there are some issues with getting that information uploaded. But of course, we do vote on paper ballots in Saskatoon. The integrity of our election, I don't think, has ever been in question here. And for those of us who are either personally invested here or a little bit geeky about elections, understand how that's frustrating.
Yeah, it is. And it's difficult to not be impatient about things like this. But quite honestly, as a journalist, I can't tell you how many elections I've covered. And we just got another update. We've got 62 polls that have reported now. So, hey, we're just about there. 62 polls reporting out of 82. Lenore, do you want to take a leap at the numbers here, and we'll see what's going on in the mayor's race?
Okay, and we know that Cynthia Block is on her way to City Hall. So Rashid, grab her when she gets there. I'm sure she's going to be swarmed by all of you in the media. So be part of that pool, because it'll be interesting to know what she's going to be saying when she gets to City Hall, because the numbers are strongly suggesting, we've called it already here, so we're just going to repeat calling it. Cynthia Block, 23,115 votes. Gord Wyant at 15,672. Don Atchison at 8,013. And Carrie Tarasoff at 5,023. Mike Harder, 450 votes. So there you go. We've got our first female mayor. We called it already, but we'll call it again. Cynthia Block, congratulations to you. We know that our team is wanting to speak to you, and that'll be pretty exciting to have that work with you. Going to Ward 1, though, what's going on here?
Well, Catherine McDonald still maintains her lead, and it seems to have widened ever so slightly with 1,415 votes against Kevin Boychuk's 1,304 votes. Darren Hill now a distant third at 1,065, as well as Russell Nadin at 343.
Let's keep going.
Yeah,
let's keep going.
You
Ward
want to
2.
take a look at Ward 2?
Yeah.
And we'll see what those results show. With Sinos Timon at 1,476 votes, Jean Beliveau now at 1,144, and Franklin Arthurs is at third place, 836. Karen Cobbison, Fraser Kent, and Jenna Horn are all much further behind in those.
Okay, here goes the big one.
Yeah, Lenore's, she wants me to go and do all those other ones. Here we go. Ward 3, Robert, Lenore, take it.
Well, I'll say the first number, you say the second. Robert Pierce, 2018.
Mike San Miguel, 1940.
That hasn't moved.
It hasn't moved. Something's glitched there, because it hasn't moved. Yeah, that's exactly right, James.
And we're still being told 62 out of 82 polls reporting. Let's go into Ward 4.
Yeah, we can pass that because we know that's...
We can pass that one. Troy Davies, Randy Donauer in Ward 5 has a very substantial, comfortable lead. Jasmine Parker in Ward 6, astonishing lead now.
We've called that one too.
Yeah, we've called that. Ward 7, Ward 8. Lenore?
Okay, where are we at in Ward 8?
Ward 7. Holly Kelleher at 2,207 votes, to Justin Weens, 1,620, and Jamie Kirkpatrick at 1,386. And we'll take a look at Ward 8.
Okay, here's Ward 8 is great. Scott Ford, 2,030. Henry Chan, 1,538. Malvina Rapko, 1,418. Peggy Schmeiser, 1,264. Ron Mantika, 7,859, and the rest from there. This one's getting pretty, this one is pretty close to being called, I would say. If not. You don't think so, James?
I think you can.
Yeah, I think so too.
The trends that I'm seeing and all of the other information that I had, I think that Scott is certainly, looks like it's tracking in the direction that they had intended.
Yeah.
And I would tend to think that Ward 8 would be, certainly looks very, very much like Scott.
Yeah, for sure. Online, we've got a new guest. It's Eric Westberg, who's a colleague and a planner. Eric, you've been following around, and that. What are your initial comments in 30 seconds or so?
Well, first question: has Zach Galifianakis endorsed a candidate this year for mayor? Remember, in 2016, he was a late Hollywood thing. Just a lot of old names sort of coming up, and yeah, I'm excited to see new names because incumbency is great and that knowledge keeping, but for there to be a pathway for new people to come in and how to strike that balance. So that's something I've been thinking about.
Yeah, thank you for that. Patricia, I know you had some comments here.
Well, I was just thinking about what Sylvia said about councillors being on various boards and commissions like the MVA and the REMI. The police commission is a big one, the library, those SRETA. And I think they bring then a really immediate bit of information to council to help generally make decisions and to provide some innovation and so on. So I think that's really important. This is interesting, like Ward 1, Ward 3, really interesting. Ward 6, overwhelming win there. And so I think, and all these new faces, and some of them are quite young. So I think could be a really interesting change. It's also great to see sort of a balance of women and men on council too, which is the way it was in the last council. So I think that's important. And I don't know, I just find it really exciting because political geek is what I am. So I find it all fascinating and, sad in some areas for sure and really exciting in others. So we'll see what happens. One thing that I really would like to see, and it's probably not even possible anymore, but in the day when city council was broadcast, and I know times have changed and that can't happen as much, but there was a way to do it online where there was a Monday night council meeting where people could gather. I just wonder if some of that would make a difference in getting people engaged and turning out. But I also think there needs to be, as somebody else said before, some education about civics and the importance of voting and those kinds of things in school, grade school, high school, university. So.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, Patricia. But just the way things have changed digitally in our lives, the influence of a North American culture as opposed to just your local culture, it just completely overshadows what somebody learns along the way. And what I do agree with you, and maybe I'm just a purist when it comes to having this democratic right and democratic freedom, but I would like to see some form of local civics classes that are introduced in some fashion that appeals to kids who are coming up. And I think that the proof is in the pudding in terms of low voter turnout. And, pretty soon the generation that votes isn't going to be around anymore. And then what happens to the upcoming generation? So, I think evidenced in that was the low voter turnout at our post-secondaries today.
I mean, as you said, you voted in every election since you were 18. I'm the same. And my parents, you get out there and vote. You don't.
Oh, yeah, my dad made me. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And so I think maybe it's different now. I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff creeping over the border that's not positive. And I think young people read a lot of that stuff and they get disillusioned. And that's not necessarily the way it is here. So I'm anxious to see what's going to happen with this council and the future of voting.
Yeah, well put. Well, I appreciate that. Lenore?
Well, I just want to go back to the fact that we're still waiting for 20 polls.
Yes.
We've got 62 out of 82. We know Cynthia Block is on her way down to City Hall, I think with a big confidence that she's our next mayor. And, that's going to be very interesting. If we're looking at who it is, to what to Patricia, what you've said and others, we're looking at a council with a pretty close balance in terms of gender.
Yeah.
We may have some cultural diversity here in a way that we haven't had before. And that'll be very interesting in terms of the dynamic on council as well. Randy, I can see that you're crunching away there. What are some other observations that you have? And then over to Zach after.
Well, I'm just following along with some other contacts that are also following, and completely appreciate what Councillor Jeffries has referred to as that data bank that you have between the years, and bringing all of that back, because there have been close elections in the past, and reasons why are always interesting. One of the things that I was noticing just with regards to Carrie Tarasoff, 2020 at 2,650 votes, and so far at 5,023. That is quite significant, as you mentioned earlier, that running a budget of a shoestring for this campaign, just a deeply engaged individual, a private citizen that has come along to that number of votes, maybe has awoken some people. And then Don Atchison with 8,013. 2020, he had 11,722. So whether he comes out above or below what he did the last go-round, that might indicate where things are going in the future. If you added Mr. Wyant and Mr. Atchison's votes together, it would be 20,535 compared to, I guess that number's changed now, with candidate block at around 19,000 at that time. That's what I've noticed so far.
Yeah, that's actually a good observation, Randy. Sorry, Zach, I know I stepped all over you there, but just when you do crunch the numbers, you start to see a different shift, particularly for those who are running and sort of what political background they bring.
It's true, and I think those who choose to do the math and say that all the folks who perhaps were supporting former Mayor Atchison, had he not been on the ballot, would be going to go vote for Gordon Wyant. I think those people don't have the things down exactly as they shake down. If you take a look at some of the political backgrounds of different people who are supporters of former Mayor Atchison, you've got people across the political spectrum, and he actually has a lot of name recognition from all of his decades on city council and his 13 years as mayor, and that's pretty durable in these kind of municipal races. So I think you're seeing that name recognition, that time that he spent on council, where folks perhaps across the political spectrum were supporting him. And in fact, if he weren't on the ballot, I wouldn't say that those are all a lock for any one candidate. This is a little bit different, where that's not a 1 + 1 = 2 type of thing with the math. And frankly, the only person here that you could say is a bit of an anti-incumbent vote is Carrie Tarasoff.
Yeah.
The fact is that all the three leading candidates have political experience, have city council experience. Of course, candidate block more recently than everyone else, but Don Atchison served on council from 1994 until 2016, and Gord Wyant, if I'm remembering correctly, was from 2003 until he stepped down to run provincially in 2010. So you've got a lot of municipal experience around the table, and not necessarily a strictly anti-incumbent vote for those not voting for candidate block.
Well, you know what? I mean, this is getting to be a long night.
Yeah.
I so appreciate everybody sitting in the seats, hanging along with us, those that are on, those that are following along. To our camera folks, just thanks to both of you for being and hanging in, because this is a long night. And there's going to be a lot of questions we're going to have in the days to come. Zach, I can't wait to have you back in this studio with us, debriefing with some of your colleagues, but in particular you, because I know you take a particular interest in the procedural part of this, and just really, really appreciate that and the crunching of the numbers, because that is just so crucial. So we're going to have a lot to learn from this, that's for sure. We're still waiting for those next results to come in, but there are some school board races as well that we can get into. But we've got Rashid that's got somebody here. Guess what? We've got the presumed mayoral elect here. Rashid, we're going to throw it over to you. Rashid, are you there? Okay, he's not ready yet.
Is it possible that we could just put up the image of Cynthia at City Hall just to give people an idea of, the fact that she is there? There we go. Thank you. So you can see that this is the media. That's the back of Cynthia right now. And you can see that she's surrounded, by the media who stayed there. You can see all of the local media mic flashes that are in the image. So we're on one side, but the cameras, she's going to be facing them. So what we're hoping to get is the live scrum with Cynthia Block, who has gone to City Hall to undoubtedly, we've got 72 polls reporting now. We've just received 10 more. And Cynthia Block with 25,807 to Gordon Wyant's 17,962. So I'm not sure if Cynthia is scrumming.
What we're going to do is Rashid is going to be pulling her over and having a little conversation with her.
It would be nice if he can get his microphone closer to what she's talking about. Is it possible that we could get that message to Rashid?
Yeah.
That he could get the microphone in the scrum too?
Yeah. Let's try that. In the meantime, let's go through some of these results, because we're going to have 4 years now to talk to this person who's going to be our next mayor. We know that. So we'll do with what we can, but we also know there's some results, and I'm looking for two races in particular
that our city has.
Oh, there we go.
We also have an enormous amount of potential. We are literally like a living landscape of bounty, and we need to remember that. We need to work together and embrace it and make sure that we are creating a city for all people, not just for today, but in the long run. So I think that as we move forward as a city, we need to embrace, I guess, the challenges, as I've said, but I really want to make sure that we are bringing people in. So on the one side, I'll say that I'm so grateful, obviously, for so many people who have stepped up and supported this campaign. I literally can't say enough about the extraordinary hours that have been put in to bring us to this day. And I will have to say a shout out to a pretty strong group of women that helped to lead many aspects of this campaign. And I'm really proud of that. I think they showed up in ways that I just could never even have imagined. And I think that's made a really big difference in this election. But as I want to thank every single resident who voted for me tonight, I also want to say thank you to those who didn't, because you're going to make me better. I want us to work everyone together. Let's figure out the challenges we face, and let's move forward together as one city. Thank you.
Have you spoken to any of your opponents about Wyant or
I haven't.
What is the feeling knowing that you are the first woman mayor of Saskatoon?
I am honored. I think representation matters. I want every woman and girl to know that they can lead. And that means in all leadership roles and in all houses of leadership. But ultimately, I think that what connected most with residents in this campaign had to do with the vision of our city.
It's looking like half the council is going to be brand new. What are you going to be doing as mayor?
Some immediate thoughts for me lost.
Working with councilmen already on council.
After finding
I don't even know for sure who has all been in the winning side in the wards. I was trying to pay attention throughout the evening, but as we all know, it took a while. And as the mayoral results were coming in, so were the ward ones. So I didn't really get a chance to see all of them, and I'm very much looking forward to see who the new council will be, and having an opportunity to get to know them. And just the way that the councils work, what will happen is there'll be a big orientation, probably a couple of days of it. And in order to make sure that we are all teaching and learning together to figure out how we're going to be able to run the city together. While each individual member of council, we're individuals. We don't belong to political parties. So it's an interesting discussion, and sometimes you're going to disagree, and that's okay. But I think that when we can move forward with respect, and I think that has been, a hallmark of our council in Saskatoon, and it's something I'm very proud of, that we figure out ways to disagree respectfully, as we also try really hard to make good decisions for our city.
There was a fair amount of shenanigans in this election with, these third-party groups spending money and putting up billboards and, being on social media and all sorts of stuff like that. How do you find the election? What do you think your election says? Because I think a lot of it was directed at you and criticizing the incumbent council and decisions that have been made and all sorts of other things. How do you view your victory in terms of that?
I'm always disappointed when we know more that what we're against than what we're for. And I think that was a big part of our campaign, about talking about, just very honestly and straightforward about the challenges that we face, and knowing that we need a fresh approach on a lot of things, but also understanding that municipalities are on the front lines of so many of the challenges that cities face, but we do not have the tools to solve them alone. And I think when folks understand that, we have a better chance to work together. That's why so much of my plan calls for bringing residents and businesses to the table, so that we are making sure that the decisions we are making are more public facing in a way that people feel more included, so that we have ownership about the ways that we're going to problem solve together.
Now, you're not an incumbent as mayor, but you are an incumbent councillor. It's been a difficult time for incumbents to get elected with wide inflation and those sorts of things. How do you think you overcame that, or did you feel you had to?
Well, I think it was very helpful to have an amazing team. I just can't even begin to say how proud I am of absolutely the individual efforts of so many people, and how we collectively came together to get a victory tonight. But it's also the way that we approached the campaign. We had a mandate for each other about how we were going to treat each other as part of the campaign, how we were going to treat the people that would come into the campaign office, or how we were going to manage things if things, were sometimes not so kind. And I think that keeping that level of integrity and keeping ourselves to account, and trying to always remember that when you started to feel like maybe you're on your heels a little bit because of some of the folks that were saying things maybe we didn't like, we just remembered our game plan, and we looked forward, and we just kept connecting on the doors and meeting the people in Saskatoon as often and as much as we could. And I think ultimately that's what people want. They want they want leadership in their city that's being honest with them, that is genuinely trying to move things forward, to solve problems with them, and also with an eye to the future, so that there's hope. And there's so much hope here. We have so much to be grateful for. And I think that's a message people want to hear.
Cynthia, sorry. You said, I spoke with you a couple weeks ago, and you said that you had a plan to go out and vote today with your children. And throughout the day, you'd be thinking of your husband and that he was your North Star. Do you think he was? Can you elaborate?
You're gonna make me cry. I think so much of what I've learned in my adult life since I was married is how important it is that when you wake up in the morning, you can look yourself in the mirror. And that's what he would say to me every time we had a super hard decision to make. And since he passed, clearly there have been a lot of really tough decisions to make. And whenever I was unsure, and whenever I felt that enormous pressure, I reminded myself, can I look myself? And that's what I will continue to do as mayor of Saskatoon. Wow, that's a ring to it.
During the campaign, what's the biggest challenge that you've faced?
I think for me, the hardest part was not knowing sometimes what the other candidates, were strategizing, and sometimes some of the platform pieces or the things that started to be discussed in, multiple media uses were like they were challenging to try to figure out what they all were and how they all connected to the larger pieces of what we are actually doing, you know, as a city. You know, if you're going to have 0% property tax, I know what that takes to get to 0%. And sure, you can do it, but what is the cost of doing that? And I feel that those were the complexities of trying to iron out, you know, do we have our platform straight? Are we being straight with voters? And, you know, at the end of the day, do we have a comprehensive plan that brings Saskatoon forward for everyone? And I believe we do. And I think that was challenging for us to make sure. I mean, I shouldn't say for us. I think that was for me personally. When other folks had other ideas, I wanted to know, did we miss something? Is there a piece of this that we can use? And, you know, I think there is in some cases. But I think comprehensively, our plan is multifaceted. It understands how much things cost, how we can make sure we're looking after our basic infrastructure, and, you know, focusing urgently on the challenges of our time.
So if you look ahead to say the first year or two of your mandate now, you know, council mandate, you see one issue as something that needs to be tackled right away. Steps. I know we heard about homelessness. All that it's crime.
I think it's homelessness. I think to me, that's just the first order of business. And that's, you know, that's not to take anything away from the extraordinary work of many people in our city who have been trying to get ahead of the homelessness crisis in our city. And it's not unlike every other city in Canada that, you know, where cities are on the front lines, but we don't have all the tools to solve it. It's the biggest reason why I think we need a task force, not to study it, like it's to make sure that we have residents and businesses at the table alongside all of those other amazing folks that are working so hard, so that we can reflect back to community. And also, I think maybe teach and learn together what's possible. You know, if we have to have homeless shelters, where can they be? And if they're going to be somewhere in our city, which they have to be, how can we ensure that those who are unhoused are safe and also their neighbors? And I think those are the pieces that residents and businesses can do a really good job of if we're doing it together. Those are all the questions? Okay, well, that's wonderful. You know, I guess there was probably maybe just one other thing as I was talking tonight that, you know, it hasn't really come up foundationally in the campaign. Thanks. But I think I just want to say it out loud tonight that I have a lot of excitement about the economic outlook of our city. You already know that we are the fastest growing population in Canada, and we have the fastest economic growth. I mean, those are all really great, and they're putting pressures on our city, but it also gives us unbelievable opportunity. And I get excited about how we can build our treaty relationship as a result of it. That how you take things that are, you know, a lot of pressure and then work together in ways that you transform that into solutions. And, you know, many of you know that, you know, Saskatoon has the most urban reserves in Canada, and those have been an extreme economic benefit for our city. And I look forward to how we can do more with our treaty relationship and building that economic development to really put some action in economic reconciliation. We have an unprecedented opportunity to move forward as treaty people, and I intend to do it.
Thank you.
Well, thanks so much.
Wow,
yeah, Rashid, thank you so much for being there. There we go. This is an historic milestone for our city of Saskatoon, on the shoulders of a whole bunch of different people throughout the ages, and here we go.
Yeah, and we're still at 72 polls out of 82, so we're still missing 10 polls, but we were fortunate to get that. That was a live scrum with Mayor-elect Cynthia Block. It's even hard to sort of wrap your mouth around it. Zach, Cynthia Block brought up a few. The Mayor-elect brought up a few comments that you actually were talking about too, about some of the important things that the city of Saskatoon has to deal with.
Yeah, and I don't think that any of the issues that we're facing as a community are a surprise tonight. They've been talked about on the campaign trail. Those are things that I, have not been talking about in a formal way in terms of campaigning, but I have been hearing from folks that I represent in Ward 10. And, that's, I think, what you also heard from the mayoral campaigns. So, what that says to me is, even though there were different candidates and there were different campaigns, there was broad agreement about some of the challenges and issues that we face. And I know that we're going to work on together. I do want to say now that we've seen the mayor-elect have a chance to speak, and I think folks broadly across the community have called this race. I just want to extend my congratulations to my colleague and now our future mayor, Cynthia Block. I want to relay a quick story, which is the fact that one of the things that I enjoy most and love most about serving on council is I have the chance to tour young people through City Hall, whether it's school groups, scouts, guides, different groups of folks. And I had a group of Girl Guides through City Hall last year. And for those who might not know, in that room, in that foyer, when you're in the front, we have pictures of our previous mayors. And one of the girls, before we even got into question and answer, said, "Why are there no women up there?" And I said, because we've never had a woman elected mayor in Saskatoon. Of course, the funny part was after we did the tour, the kids were asking me when I'm going to run for mayor, and I said I'm not running. But they sure as heck seemed excited about that because we had a chance to engage with each other for about an hour. And I said, you know what the problem is? If I run and I win, that means you don't get a female mayor. And you could see the bit of conflicted sense on the faces there. But I know that there are young people in our community who will be, and young women in our community who can see finally that that leadership here. And I know that we've had many strong women seek the mayor's chair, whether it was Donna Burkmeyer, Lenore Swystun, Kelly Moore, good people who ran with great ideas, and we now have a female mayor in Saskatoon today.
There you go. So thank you so much for that, Zach. Congratulations out there. We have the behind the scenes. Part of what we do at Civically Speaking and Voice of Saskatoon is behind the scenes. And we have one of the instrumental behind the scenes here with us. I want to give her a chance to say a couple words because this is somebody who came to us, came to the campaign. Not sure what the back feed is here, but we're going to throw it over to Rashid because he's got the campaign manager for Cynthia Block. Rashid.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Lenore. So we do have Rebecca with us, who is a campaign manager for Cynthia Block. Rebecca, how are you feeling with the result just announces and like Cynthia's speech?
I'm feeling really excited. I'm feeling relieved. I feel like all the work that we've been doing over these last several months is shown in the results across the city from everything that we've done, and everybody's voice has kind of come through tonight, and we're really excited.
Well, thank you so much, Rebecca, for joining us today for a quick chat, and congratulations on your thing.
Thanks to Lenore, and thanks Zach for all you guys doing behind the scenes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I know Rashid is signing off here right away, so we just want to thank our coverage from City Hall. Rashid, to you and Madhurja, thank you so much for chasing down paper receipts that are the printouts from the computer-fed machines that we're still waiting on 10 polls for, trying to make a decision. I said I'm willing to hang in here on a YouTube feed and a dark lighted thing with a candle going to me. And I hope, Zach, you take a bunch of pictures here too, because this is an historic moment. This is super cool. Just to everybody who's hung in here, to our camera folks, just thanks so much. Wow, lots of stuff going on here, but we still have races. We still got races that are running here.
Yep.
And this is just like deja vu to 2020 when we were waiting till after midnight and there was just a few of us, Patricia Rowe, you being one of them, where we were hanging in here. I think Eric, you were on that too, and same with you, James. We were there, and Sylvia, you're hanging in there too. I mean, anyone at any point that is part of this feed, if you need to go, that's fine. We respect that. For those that are willing to stick in, we're going to stick in as long as we can here to see what comes out, because I'm hoping in the next 5 minutes that we get some results. The reason I want to say about Rebecca and bringing her on, this is somebody who came through the Community Association as a volunteer, no background in campaign management. So that is a pretty interesting little fact in itself, and we'll have to be looking at some of those facts within some of the other races and that too. But there's a lot of other things that we need to unpack here too. I'm going to throw it back to our in-studio thing. And Zach, I don't know if you're leaving here soon, but if you are, I'm going to give you a little word now. And Randy, then throw it over to you.
Sure, I'm going to have to go here in a few minutes.
Yeah.
I know that there are some different folks that I'd love to catch up with, members of my campaign team and folks who've been so supportive of me. And I am very thankful to those people. Even though we didn't run a typical campaign, I have had a core group of people who have been behind me, some for 12 years now, and I'm just immensely grateful to them. And I think a reflection here that sometimes gets lost is when these campaigns are happening for the candidates that are out there knocking doors every day, this is an all-consuming type of activity and endeavor. And the volunteers and the family members of people who are running for council are just really, really deserve to get some commendation for their work. I can certainly say that folks who've been close to me and in my life over the years have let me know that usually after a campaign's done that I perhaps have not been the most attentive partner or household member, and I'm sure that's across the board a reality. So the families and the volunteers of these candidates, and especially the candidates for mayor, kudos to them and for putting up with all of the craziness of an election campaign. And for those who've been elected and those who are about to be elected, if you thought tonight was a late night, wait until you spend 12 hours in the council chamber.
Yeah. No kidding, right?
Some of those meetings do go late, and I know, Lenore, you know what that feels like, having served on council yourself. But when we do have those late meetings, those are when we have important issues, oftentimes when we have many people coming to make representations to council. And when we have that kind of engagement in our chamber, I wouldn't trade that for anything. So congratulations to those who've won tonight, and looking forward to working with 10 new and returning colleagues next week. We have orientation on Monday.
Oh, wow. Right back at it.
Right back at it.
Zach Jeffries, thank you so much for all of these hours that you've given to us. And congratulations on your acclamation. And it was really nice to have you as part of the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been an honor to have you here. Thanks so much. Lots of fun.
Thanks, Zach. Your work on council, you're going to be a significant oar as we move forward between the 4 councillors that have come back. It will be very key and important that we have that guidance, and it's good to have that corporate knowledge. So all the best to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, with that, we'll let Zach out of the chair. I hope you get some good stretching in, because you're going to need some after sitting there for as long as you had. And while you're doing that, I want to go to you, Randy, and we'll have Zach pass around you. But what are your thoughts so far on what you're hearing?
Well, I do offer my congratulations to all those who have been elected and Mayor-elect Block. I appreciate her message on the economic front that if Saskatoon does want to stay at the front and be the economic engine of the province, some of the policies and need to attract capital, which moves very freely, needs to become first and foremost through to administration. Just today, trying to deal with utility cuts getting paved, the season is over, but I'm told that it could take 2 construction seasons, so this is looking into 2026 before our road will get paved in certain parts of our district, and that obviously extends to other areas of Saskatoon. Looking at crime and safety, that is across the board that we've heard from basically every candidate and every ward. And if I cited my own numbers in Riversdale with disturbance calls over 2,900 and Broadway at 67, that creates a little bit of a question when you put it in front of people, what would you do? So we do need to get back to those basics and look after the fundamentals of clean water, moving the wastewater, having the roads and the safe environment for businesses and people to live and play in Saskatoon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Randy. We're going to go to Eric Westberg. Eric Westberg has been a guest of ours on Civically Speaking, was part of the panel for the last results show that we had. Former city planner in Saskatoon, still ties to Saskatoon, and he's been doing he's another geek, and he's a numbers geek, and he's a data geek, and that's why we brought him on, because I know he's going to be doing some number crunching and has done some in terms of what he's noticed so far about the results that have come in. So Eric, over to you.
Yeah, first off, I was really riveted by Cynthia Block's that oddball question that took us into her talking about her husband. And what we saw was such a real and vulnerable moment. And voters are just crying out for that. They're crying out for kind of a Jack Layton type of personality who's not all sound bites and stuff. And so to see that on election night, that gets me excited for what's to come. You know, someone who can be vulnerable and do that with the cameras rolling. So that's something to take notice of. One thing as a city planner I've felt is we're in such an age of disruption now. I mean, not just Airbnb or Uber taxis or Uber Eats and how that affects restaurants and like Randy's purview and, you know, restaurants, are they viable or not with apps and things like that. But we need nimble city councilors to respond to our need for nimbleness. And so do we need youth in terms of candidates and elected officials? Do we need young people who are, I think, the most nimble, or newcomers or refugees who are by definition nimble? They've had to come across the world and leave their country. So how are we doing on the nimbleness of elected officials piece? And I looked at who's leading and who's acclaimed in Saskatoon, and there's no one who is really close to 30, age 30. Whereas in Regina, there is somebody. There's a young woman of color, Victoria Flores, in Ward 6, and she looks like she might even be younger than 30. So I think that's a question just for us to think about. Are we equipped with nimble councillors to respond to nimble and all kinds of curveballs that are going to come at us?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Appreciate that. Back in studio here, we're looking at midnight.
Yeah.
We're looking at midnight, and we're looking at 72 out of 82 polls. I'm about to send an email to Shelley Bryant. And I'm going to send an email to Shelley and go, hey, what's up with those last 10 polls? Because we've got some candidates that are still sweating.
Yeah,
and we don't know. We don't know what's happening.
We do, and some of the polls are a bit further behind as well. I think it was in Ward 1, that they're not quite caught up here yet. So, and we've got to wrap up this feed in 3 minutes, and then we can continue on another feed. But let's just give people an idea where things stand. So just a few moments ago, we heard Mayor-elect Cynthia Block address the media at City Hall in the rotunda of City Hall, or the foyer of City Hall, and now we have an idea of who's going to be running the city, and we're just checking some other things here right now. So Lenore, let's take a look at some of the close.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. In Ward 1, we have, I'm trying to figure out exactly, okay, we still have Catherine McDonald leading with 1,415, Kevin Boychuk at 1,304.
Nothing's changed there. We still got the same numbers. Yeah.
And another tight race is in Ward 3, Robert Pierce leading 2018 over Mike San Miguel with 1940. Were there any other close races at this point?
No, not really.
And we had the public school board race in Ward, and I cannot remember the ward number there. So,
I can share this. I mean, what we know, right? We've got our first female mayor.
Yes.
We know that in Ward 1, it's still too tight to call. We know in Ward 2, we can pretty much call that with Sino's team in there.
Thank you.
pretty confident of that. In Ward 3, it's still too close to call. Ward 4 called Troy Davies. Ward 5, Randy Downhauer. Ward 6, Jasmine Parker. Ward 7, Holly Kelleher, who was a public school trustee. Ward 8, Scott Ford, former executive director of Sastel Place. And Ward 9 and 10, of course, acclaimed Bev Dubois, who joined us earlier, and Zach Jeffries, who was in for the night. What we know on the ward races is that there was a lot that were acclaimed, but we know that Tanya Napper is leading in Ward 9, and we're still waiting on a few of the other ones, and so we'll run through those in a bit. The top kind of candidates that are in the list for the separate school board are there. We've got 15 seconds on this feed. Hold tight. Anyone on YouTube? Anyone on Facebook? We're going to still stick around. Stick around for that. But to the credit to the crew here, to Eric and Dean behind the scenes, to our camera folks here, and it's, remind me of your name. Shoshana. And we've got Noam that have been behind the cameras, and just thanks so much, Eric and Dean, Christina Cherneskey, Randy Shabail. Thanks so much for tuning in. That's it for this feed. Stay tuned for YouTube feed. All right. So we're still here. We're still online. For those that are tuned in online, we're going to be hanging out here for those that are willing to stay in. Christina, this is way past your bedtime, so I don't know how much longer you're going to be hanging out.
That's a school night.
No,
that was really uncalled for.
No,
I'm serious. I'm a radio person.
Okay,
I can stay up for days.
Okay, that's good. Okay, I wasn't sure. So it's just Rogers Communications that's the one that's got to go to sleep at midnight then.
Well, they've got their duties to do.
They do. They
Okay,
have their
we're
duties.
still waiting for 10 polls
gotcha.
to come in.
And my apologies, because that is.
Don't worry, we're just waiting for the 10 polls to come in. And but we did do if you caught this, we saw Cynthia Block, mayor-elect, speak to the city. And I do believe, if we're not mistaken, although I'm sure some of the other media outlets, I think we're the only ones who had it live, that had that media scrum live. So once again, it's just my plug for local media and the fact that we don't have it. And I don't mind saying that. We don't have it, but yet we here were able to carry it live. So say what you're going to say, but we got that scrum live.
So Christina, I just wanted to say, as I said to Lenore earlier today, we were where all the cool people wanted to be tonight.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, right? No, it's true. It's true, and it's a good feeling. It's too bad about these last 10 polls, because I'm really anxious and antsy to hear, who's come out. Sylvia Martini, let's go to you so we can keep everybody on board here. Randy Shabailo is still staying with us in studio. Sylvia, what did you think of Cynthia Block's media scrum and some of the thoughts that she brought forward?
Well, I've heard her speak before, so she's using a lot of the same lines that she used part of her campaign. So that was very good. The first time I've actually heard her speak on the economic reconciliation piece in a further perspective, and I was very pleased to hear that. One of the things, I'd like to just speak for a moment to what Eric was saying. And Eric, I really appreciated your comments. The one thing I really encourage council to look at, and I'm sorry that Councillor Jeffries is gone, is that we cannot just grow exponentially and continue to grow. We have to grow smartly. We have to grow intelligently. We have limited resources in which there's a capacity to the resources that we have. So I would encourage, as much as we talk about economic development, we need to talk about smart development. We need to speak about smart growth and targeted growth. So I just really want to talk about, I hope that becomes part of the message, because I think when we come into looking at more contemporary ways of talking about success and development within economies, When we talk about our young people participating, I don't think they need to be directly on council, but we should most definitely have advisory groups and contributions from that perspective. I'd like to also just mention for a moment, there's one really happy camp, and there's 4 others that are not, right? At the mayoral race. And I've sat with Cynthia on committees, and she's immensely tenacious. And I think she's going to be a wonderful mayor, and I think she'll have a lot of great support. I've also sat around the table with Gord Wyant. I've sat around the table with Don Atchison on meetings and on boards. And, you know, they were very worthy combatants on this one. You know, they bring a lot of important perspectives that I think were quite valued. And I know I'd like to just say kudos and, you know, thank you for the passion and the contribution. And in regards to Kerry Tarasoff, I've watched him in the last election and I watched him here, and I think what he really wanted was a platform. He wanted a really good platform to talk about what he wanted to, what he saw as being really important, and calling to task from administrative perspective and planning. And I'm hoping that they will somehow embrace him and have him come in and take a look at some of those efficiencies. So anyway, overall, it was, I think it was good.
Yeah, no, great rundown. Thanks, Sylvia. And for bringing up some of those points too. You know, quite often, you know, we just assume that, you know, someone can slide into the role of anything, you know, city councillor, mayor, school board representative. But it takes, you know, it takes sort of that work and that preparation and that understanding of the role. And I'm hopeful that residents of Saskatoon, when they wake up tomorrow, or if they've heard, or in the morning, I guess, or when they've heard the news that we have our first woman mayor, and it's Cynthia Block replacing Charlie Clark, that there'll be a level of enthusiasm, and she'll be greeted with that.
She will. And the one thing that I offer to everyone, I mean, this is going to be a honeymoon period, but we need to be able to support our councillors. We need to be able to support our mayor and give them the chance that they need to do a good job. So, but there is this honeymoon period, and let's enjoy it.
Thanks, Sylvia Martini. Randy Shabailo, thoughts?
Well,
I see you looking, I see you sort of your brow furrowed, looking at your notes, looking at your device.
Quite frankly, it was a tough day dealing with City Hall and some of the responses that were needed for a lot of the people. I'm going to cut
Hang on, we're just going to step in. 80 polls now are reporting from a total of 82.
Yep. I want to know that.
Let's take a look at those perstickety ridings, Lenore.
Okay, we're going right to Ward 1.
Yeah.
And what we've got in Ward 1 is, I think that we're coming pretty close to saying Catherine McDonald may be Ward 1's new councillor.
Yeah.
Catherine McDonald coming in at 1,649 votes. Kevin Boychuk next at 1,541. And the incumbent Darren Hill at 1,308. With Russell Madden picking up to 400 and Dallas Burnett at 121. I think we can probably say this one is close, but it's looking like Catherine's holding on to her lead. So if that keeps going on, that's what we can anticipate there. Ward 3, what we can see there is Robert Pierce has now got a pretty good lead on Mike Samigel. He's coming in at 2,422 votes to Mike Samigel at 2,116 votes, with Devin Gregor at 259. I just want to repeat this. This is at...
which wards?
Well, these are the 2 wards that we've been watching, and what I will just say that is that we are at 80 out of 82 polls.
Yeah.
So we're looking like we're coming to the end of the runway here. For the public school trustee, we were wondering about this one, and Kevin Schmidt looks like he's pulled ahead from Robin Bellany, 1,679 to 1,591. So there you go. There are some results. Christina?
I think there's a lot of clarity with those last 2 polls. Randy, what do you think? there just seems to be things seem to have fallen in place.
Yep, I would agree. It's late, and 80 out of 82, nothing's for sure. Learned that.
Yeah, I know.
But by the same token, realistically, these are close, but enough of a distance to keep them separate with the leads that they have. I'd like to commend everyone for hanging in there as long as we have and getting these results to everybody. And again, a plug out for local television with feet on the ground and more insight with former mayoral candidate at the desk and Councillor Jeffries, just a tremendous resource for us.
Yeah, it's hard to thank him, to thank Zach Jeffries enough for the amount of time that he gave, especially on an election night. I want to go to James Chichishin. Your thoughts with these numbers, with 2 polls.
And we're going to wrap up here by 12:20 here is what we're going to do in studio. That's where we're going to keep it at. I'll be putting some stuff on the Civic Speak page and posting that out. So if there's still a couple of polls left, we'll do it that way. But we'll pull the pin on the YouTube coverage here by 20 after, just because it is what's being called here in the studio. We can only have so much time in the studio. So there you go. So in the round.
Yeah, so James, we'll just go to you here and just, thoughts on... Actually, I don't find anything surprising now, James. What about you at this point?
I will say that I think Ward 1 was a bit of a surprise to me.
I know what you're saying, yeah.
I thought that Darren had that power of incumbency, and I think that some of his decisions he had pivoted, but however, the ward wanted change, and it's receiving it. I think in Ward 3, it was a tightly contested race, and so we'll see what happens. But I will say this, as Randy has eloquently suggested. This was a long night, and it's the culmination of a lot of hard work that many candidates and camps have put forward. And I not only think of the victors on a moment like this, but I think of those who were unsuccessful in their attempt, and I think of the anguish, I guess, that a lot of times when you put yourself out there for public consideration. It can be really, really hard. The challenge that you feel after, and it comes with that price, right? And so I, as one who has known what that feels like, am never lost for the debt of gratitude that I have every time somebody puts themselves forward.
Oh yeah.
And I think we should ever be thankful that people wish to continue to do so. And so I think we'll all realize that tomorrow we'll wake up and we'll start a new day, and we'll see how the rest of the day, the week, the year, and the next 10 years treats us. And hopefully we get everything that we hope for and we desire, and that we're able to love those who we love, and that we make this world a better place. So on that note, I thank you so much for the opportunity to be with all the cool kids tonight. And once again, it's really, this is the new direction of media, social media, and all of its tentacles that we have participated in. It's very grassroots. It's really down in the dirt elements of private citizen journalism, but this is what the public wants now. We don't offer filter, we don't offer really altered directions and narratives. We are who we are. We represent the constituencies and the views that we do. And so once again, I need to thank a great debt of gratitude to Lenore and Christina and our friend Randy Shabailo, and also Zach Jeffries, and I would be remiss to also include my friend Bev Dubois in this as well, and to all the other people on this event. I think it's groundbreaking, to be sure. So
thank you,
take care.
James. Thank you, James Hitchison. Much appreciated. Lenore?
Well, let's go in the round here quickly so that people can go where they need to go and do what they need to do.
Yeah, we just have about 6 minutes left in this broadcast.
That's what we've been given as community space for this. All of us are volunteers here, in case anyone is questioning that. Any of the people that were in the studio, in the YouTube and otherwise, these are all volunteers. None of us are getting anything from this other than wanting to spend our time with you so that we can share what's going on here. So next up is Patricia Rowe.
Hi. First of all, thanks, you two wonderful women. What a great job you've done. What a service to the community, and Randy and Zach and Bev also contributing a huge amount, and I think it's outstanding. I thought Cynthia's speech was really moving, important, and I think she really covered all the bases. I think she really wants to be a mayor and a leader for everybody in Saskatoon. And I was so glad, as Sylvia said, that she talked about reconciliation, First Nations, and having them at the table as well. I think this homelessness issue is going to be a big one for Saskatoon. And I hope she gets people from a really broad cross section of the community, including people who are homeless or struggling with that, and get their perspective and their voice at the table as well. So I'm really excited. A woman mayor. Hallelujah. We're doing a lot better than the US right now, and I'm really, really excited about what this is going to mean for Saskatoon. So I'm going to bed. Thanks, you guys. It was a wonderful night. Take care.
Yeah, thanks so much. We got 2 more online, and then we're going to do a quick round of the closing results, and then we're going to call it from there. So next, Sylvia, just some final words.
Well, I have to say, it's really interesting. I'm not even tired. I'm just really, it was a wonderful evening. And I just so immensely enjoyed it. And I thank you both, just absolutely just ensuring that the energy was kept up in the great discussions. And thank you to all of the others who were on the panel and the ability to explore. To James' point, one of the things that I find is, I think about this as, we do things differently here in Canada, and we do things, and I could see this in our election through the debates that we had. I attended all the debates, either online or in person, and not once did I ever hear anyone malign anyone else. They had differences of opinion. They were, they definitely countered each other appropriately and respectfully, even when the floor was open for them. And, I think, to me, it's about humanity, and it is about who we are. And tonight was just an example of that. I'm so proud of our city. I'm so proud of, I'm excited about what the future holds here. I really am. I'm excited about where we're going. So thank you to everyone who participated. And even those, and especially compassion to those who tonight are not popping the champagne.
Thank you, Sylvia.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, over to Eric next, and then we'll bring it home in studio here.
2 things. Number 1, I was talking about refugees and young people and people of different heritages. And Christina, Lenore, you are a role model for everybody on that with your show and the different correspondents and people you have. So keep doing that. That is an amazing thing. Second thing, we saw in the provincial election, the 2 blobs of orange and the rest is green. We have a rural provincial government, and we have 2 fresh, new, non-incumbent city mayors in Regina and Saskatoon. So what does that portend for, what's going to come next in terms of the relationship they have and the advocacy that those 2 can run with for the urban agenda in a province governed by a rural party?
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric. Much, much appreciated. Randy.
Oh, just hold on. Eric, thank you for the kind words.
Yeah, I know. Hey, like I was going to do the thank yous all together at the end.
Very much appreciated.
Yeah, thanks. You can tell I'm starting to get where. I'll say it.
Okay, we have 1 minute.
It was a great evening. I think the future is bright. Nothing like having a little bit of headwind to have some traction in the ground. And I think at the end of the day, looking forward, regardless of what people might think about rural and urban split, there does need to be a revamp of how we have constituencies drawn so that they include more of the urban and rural seats to do that.
Totally agree with that.
And it doesn't bridge that as badly as it is now. Going forward, I think looking forward to the federal election, having the province on side with the two new councils, this can only be better than it was.
Okay. Thank you, Randy Shabilo.
Thank you. And what we've got from studio here is they'd like us to do a recap of all the results.
Yeah, so we're going to try, although some are still hanging by a thread. Can I start with Ward 1, Lenore?
Sure.
Catherine McDonald is leading in that with 1649. And her runner-up or competitor behind is Kevin Boychuk with 1541. Darren Hill at a more now distant third at 1308. There are still 2 more polls.
And I'll just say for the public trustee there in Ward 1, Tanya Napper at 1,390 votes.
Oh yeah, soundly winning that. Ward 2, we'll see these. Again, these are unofficial, but Senos Timon, safe to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1476.
And the acclaimed there for public trustee was Vernon Linklater was acclaimed. Ward 3, too close to call. I know James has been texting me behind the scenes here. We're not quite sure if this number is a for certain or if there was a big shift. If there wasn't a big shift, it looks like Robert Pierce is in with 2,422 votes. And in the public school trustee, it was acclaimed Donna Banks in. Ward 4.
The Troy Davies. And in the public school board trustee, acclaimed Kim Strandon. Ward 5, these are unofficial again. Randy Donauer there has a huge lead. And in the public school board trustee, Jennifer Sherman. So there you go for that. Ward 6, which is where I live. Jasmine Parker, again, with 2 more polls waiting to report. Jasmine has a comfortable lead. And public school board trustee Kirk Jones.
Right, and in Ward 7, we've got Holly Kelleher, who used to be a public school board trustee in with a pretty good lead. We know we're calling it with 2,372 votes. And Ross Tate was acclaimed in the public school trustee. And Ward 8, Scott Forden, handily there with over 500 votes, with only 2 polls to go over Henry Chan and the rest of the crew there. And the unofficial in the public school trustee there is Anne-Marie Rollo, handily, very handily.
Oh yeah, look at those numbers. Yeah.
Ward 9, Bev Dubois, of course, was acclaimed. And what we have for the school board trustee is it's a squeaker still, but Kevin Schmidt is still on top with 1,679 votes to Robin Bellamy at 1,591. Going to Ward 10, both were acclaimed there. And this brings us back to the mayoral. Would you like to...
Yeah, well, the city of Saskatoon.
And, sorry, we should do the separate.
Oh, yeah, let's quickly do the separate.
Top 7.
The top 7, Diane Boyko, Owen Fortosky, Ron Beckler, Sharon Zakreski-Werbicki, Tom Jelinski, Kate Day, Michelle Christopher. There you go. Those are the top 7.
All right, and going to our mayoral race. You want to list those out for us?
Of course, I know who it is, but we are, again, as we're broadcasting this, there are still 2 more polls which need to report, but Cynthia Block has already accepted her victory with 27,415 votes. Gord Wyant, the second place, 18,669. Don Atchison with 9,517, Carrie Tarasoff with 5,900, and Mike Harder with 520 votes. There you go. That's all we've got.
That's all we've got. So I just wanted to give a personal thanks out to you, Christina Cherneskey. It's been an honor and a privilege. We've had so much fun. We've known each other for a long time. We're sisters, soul sisters here. And Randy's laughing because it's like the Ukrainian belt in the room here.
Because it's true. We are soul sisters.
Yeah, we can bicker and all that sort of stuff, but it's in fun. Oh yeah, but it's always in fun, and that's what it takes here. Just a big thank you to Sylvia Martini, Patricia Rowe, James Yachishin, Eric Westberg, Zach Jeffries, Randy Shabilo for hanging in here to the end, and Tammy as well. Tammy, who's been she was behind the scenes the whole time, helping us with coffee and different caffeinated beverages, which is really, really important. To Eric and Dean that are in behind the scenes, and your volunteers that are behind there too, I know, that are helping out in the control room and that, and to Shoshana and to Noam as well for being the camera folks behind the scenes. Those are really, really important. These are volunteers, things that we do here on community local stations. Thanks so much, everybody, for tuning in. We'll be back with more regular programming in the months to come. Take care, everyone.